Welcome to the Wednesday, May 28th, 2014 meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. Will Secretary Elner please call the roll?
Commissioner Alchek, Commissioner Gardias, Vice Chair Keller, present. Commissioner King, present. Chair Michael, Commissioner Rosenblum, present. Commissioner Tanaka, present. 7 present.
So our agenda begins with oral communications, which is the time when members of the public may speak to any item not on the agenda. 3 minutes per speaker. We have speaker cards in the back. If anyone would like to submit them to us, you can be recognized. At the moment, we have no speaker cards, so we'll move on to the Director's Report. Director Gittleman.
Thank you, Chair Michael. Commissioners, first let me say welcome to the new commissioners. I apologize for not being here at your last meeting, but you've gotten right down to work. I love it. We have another full agenda this evening. Just to let you know what's coming up on council agendas the next few weeks. The council's actually going to hear the same item as you, the housing element issues, on Monday at their meeting, and they're also going to hear that ordinance related to sidewalk width along El Camino Real. So those are 2 big planning items on next Monday's agenda, and we hope one of you will be there to represent the commission, if not to participate, at least to see how these issues come out when they get to the council. Then later in the month of June, the council has a number of current planning applications that'll be getting to them. One is the 261 Hamilton project, which is the University Art building across the street, and the other is an appeal of the California Avenue housing project that you're considering this evening in the form of a tentative map. So it's a really full month of planning items at the council, and then the council is off for the month of July. So there's a little bit of a energy here to get these items heard and get council direction on them before their break. That's all I have for this evening, but have a good meeting.
Thank you very much. I wonder if Cara Silver, do you have anything that you'd like to advise us relative to the conflict of interest policy?
Yes, thank you, Chair Michael. Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. The FPPC, which is the body that promulgates regulations related to conflict of interest, has adopted a new set of regulations pertaining to conflict of interest, in particular with respect to real property interests. And our office will be preparing a legal memo on this. We'll be distributing it to this body and make it available for the public in general. We'll also be conducting some training sessions. In general, the regulations make it more difficult for officials in smaller cities to participate in certain land use decisions because of the additional sort of subjective standard that has been put into the regulations. So we will be analyzing this further, and we'll get you some more materials on it. The regulations go into effect May 31st, so in 2 days, but we are, treating them as if they were in effect right now. Thank you.
So as a result of that, I guess at least one of our commissioners and Director Gittleman will be unable to stay through the entire meeting. I would just, as a resident and as a member of the Planning Commission, I would urge the city to really advocate for a constructive interpretation of the regulations that would allow sensible administration of this ethical policy. And I would personally support that very strongly. With that, let's move to the public hearing on the first of 3 agendized items. Tonight we're going to be considering three items. One is a review of the housing element update. The next is related to a tentative map for development at 1451, 1601 California Avenue, and then finally a study session on the downtown development cap. This is a packed agenda. Each of these topics is of significance to the city. And we've talked a little bit about whether the Planning Commission can rival the City Council in terms of how late we stay to discuss these important matters. So this is a contest that we don't seek to win. And accordingly, what we'd like to do is see if we can move through each of these items, allowing adequate time for the staff report, for any public speakers, and for the commission. Perhaps taking a little more than an hour for each of the main topics. And what that will probably force upon us as a discipline at the commission level, depending on the public speakers that may show up later in the meeting, to choose our words wisely and get and make the important points that need discussing. So with that, let's move to the first item, which is the review of the housing element update, and begin with the staff report.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Tim Wong. I am the senior planner in charge of the housing element update. And tonight's meeting is about the housing element update, and more specifically, recommendation of housing sites for the update. As of last week, the administrative draft, or a partial administrative draft, was released for public review. Without Chapter 3, which is the housing sites chapter. So concurrent with the public review of the admin draft, the various city advisory groups, such as the PTC, is going through and the process of identifying housing sites. And as Hillary had mentioned, on June 2nd, the City Council will be going through the same process in reviewing housing element sites. Just a quick summary to recap what is a housing element. It's one of the 7 mandated elements in a city's comprehensive or general plan. It's the only element that requires state review by the Department of Housing and Community Development, and it is the city's primary document for housing for the period of 2015 through 2023. And why are we going through this update process? State mandates that it be periodically updated every 8 years. So for this 8-year cycle, the deadline, as you well know, is the end of January 2015. The housing element, again, is the city's housing policy document for that 8-year span. Also, it's important to know that an adopted housing element protects the city from litigation from potential parties for not having a certified housing element. More housing and transportation grants are tied towards a certified housing element. Again, last year we received over $4 million in transportation funds, partially because we did have a certified housing element. And if we do not have an adopted agreement an adopted element by the end of January, plus there's a 120-day grace period, but basically if we don't have an adopted housing element, then we would have to go through this process again in 4 years rather than the standard 8 years. One of the more significant requirements of the housing element is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation Requirement, or RHNA for short. RHNA is the requirement that all jurisdictions must provide for future housing needs for all income levels, and for the city's allocation is 1,988 units. You can see it's broken down into those 4 income levels. So as a quick breakdown of accommodating our housing need, our RHNA need, again, our requirement is 1,988 units. However, HCD requires a surplus, and so staff anticipates that we'll need a 200-unit surplus. So our overall target is 2,188 units. Just to point out, it is not a requirement to construct, but the city or the jurisdiction must show that we can accommodate through zoning, through other land use policies, approximately 2,188 units. From that, we can carry over existing sites from the current housing element, and from that, we can carry over 1,379 units. In addition, there are 440 units right now in the planning or building pipeline. Those can also be applied towards the RENA requirement, and there are 440 units in the pipeline. Therefore, our true unmet need is 369 units. In addition to identifying sites, another way to apply or get credit or apply units towards the RENA requirement is existing units. Up to 25% of your allocation can be fulfilled with existing units. There are 3 types of ways you can use existing units to apply towards your requirement under very stringent requirements. And we have identified through the housing, Palo Alto Housing Corporation, we have identified 23 units with no deed restrictions that are able to meet those stringent rules. And it is in the Colorado Park development located at 1141 Colorado Avenue. So minusing those 23 units, we still need to find sites to accommodate the others. So in the May 14th meeting, I gave a presentation where the staff had broken down tiers of sites in which we recommend that how the city could meet that 369 unit unmet need. The tiers are organized in regards of simplicity or effort. In other words, tiers 1, 2, and 3 are preferred over 5, 6, and 7 because, for example, tiers 1, 2, and 3 do not require rezones. They already allow for multifamily housing by right. Versus tiers 4 and 5, which require rezones. But if you choose, those are various options, if you will, that the PTC can choose to help meet that unmet need. And in the right-hand column is the proposed yield that each of those tiers could produce. So what staff recommends in order to meet this 369 unit unmet need is to go with the 23 units at Colorado Park, the 23 existing units. Tier 1, which are second units, residential second units, granny units. We currently produce about 4 a year, so over an 8-year period, we could get 32 units out of that. We also propose the Tier 2 site, which is the Fry site. It's currently zoned RM30. It's a 12.5 acre parcel approximately, but we have calculated at a 20 dwelling units per acre yield. And it can actually yield a higher amount, but we propose to only use 146 of those units. And lastly, the Tier 3 are our San Antonio sites. There are 14 parcels on the southern end of San Antonio between Charleston and Middlefield. And those 14 parcels are zoned CS, which allows 30 units per acre as part of a mixed-use development. But again, we have calculated it at 20 units per acre to achieve that 168 unit yield. Again, these tiers have been chosen because no rezoning is required. These densities, these multifamily uses are allowed by right. In addition, the city has formed a housing element community panel comprised of various stakeholders, housing stakeholders throughout the city. Commissioner Tanaka serves on the community panel, and they have also been discussing housing sites. And at their last meeting, at their April 24th meeting, they had voted to recommend accepting tiers 1 and 2 to help meet the RENA requirement. In addition, they proposed to add 27 University with unmet, or they proposed to add 27 University as a potential site for review. In addition, the panel had looked at additional criteria for site selection. And those are the criteria: walkability scores, proximity or accessibility to transit, proximity to job centers, so where there are higher concentrations of jobs, locate housing there. Look at lots less than 10,000 square feet, which is also a PTC recommendation or direction. And also looking at the use of the South El Camino Real design guideline pedestrian nodes as potential criteria to look at housing sites. And so to conclude, it's a very lengthy recommendation, but in a nutshell, for sites identification, staff recommends that we, again, look at the 23 units at Colorado Park, the 32 residential second units, to use 146 of the on the Fry site, and 168 units on the San Antonio sites. In addition, the recommendation contains an additional caveat that staff, the PTC, this process will continue after the HCD certification deadline to look at, to re-review the inventory of sites and to see if there are others using that additional criteria, if there are any other sites that would be better suited, if you will, and that also reflects the straw poll that was taken by the PTC at the last meeting to continue this process. Therefore, that concludes staff's presentation, and welcome any questions or comments.
Do we have any speaker cards?
Our only speaker is Herb Borak. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good evening, Commissioners. I spoke to you last time, and I'll try not to repeat those comments. In regard to the suggestion for the housing element to try and place a cap on the market rate units, that might be easier to do if we reached the housing allocation total. That is, we've had in the past periods of time where there was a large excess of market rate housing over the allocation number, so that the total number of units that we required to have would be met, but with a very large number of market rates. So that's one way of tying those two together. That might be easier to get approval to limit the market rate in that case. In regard to limiting the size of units, I think the key thing they're concerned about is parking. They have many small units on a site, and the things that would be related to that would be first who they are for. such as, seniors and low income, very low income, such as single room occupancy or for low income seniors. So if you could justify placing limits on having small units for situations where you can demonstrate that the parking need would be very low, I think that those kinds of things would need to be tied together in any policy or program. In regard to the Fry side, I think you should leave it at the 174 units, not necessarily replace some other units. You could have more than the 200 extra units, but I don't think we should lower the number on the Fry side. In regard to parking lot sites, I thought that was something that should be explored in the past. However, currently the city has a request for proposal for leasing parking structures for renewable electric power, I guess such as solar power on them, which might conflict or make it more difficult in the future to place housing on the sites that would be used for that renewable electric those particular parking lot sites. So I'll give staff a copy of the summary on that RFP so that you take that into consideration as you go along in the text of the housing element, how to deal with those kinds of situations in the future. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So let's come back to the commission and how much time? Let's give each commissioner up to 5 minutes, but don't feel you have to use it all. Eric, would you like to start? Or do you had a question? Or go ahead.
And I think I'll only take about a minute of my allocated time, so others are free to take my additional time. Just a couple, at the last meeting, we did agree to this two-stage process, where stage one was to agree with almost a procedural recommendation to help staff get in a number on time as a mathematical exercise to show that we have identified sites that theoretically could be used to fulfill this obligation. And then step two, through the Palo Alto process, we would identify a kind of rank order of what sites are really preferred, and we could swap them, et cetera. Therefore, I don't want to spend a lot of time saying, well, this site is better than that site. But having said that, I do agree with the speaker just a moment ago that within the tier 1, 2, and 3, which doesn't require any zoning change and therefore is really attractive for us to make that the mathematically simple way of reaching the goal. A large portion are in San Antonio is not near any strong transit hub. And meanwhile, I'm not sure why the Fry site was scoped at lower than what they could support. And that is something that has been talked about, is near a large transit corridor, walkable community, et cetera. So it seems fairly arbitrary, and as long as we're picking the easy low-hanging fruit, then pick the easiest of the easy low-hanging fruit. And that's that. I think that the process of doing this in 2 steps makes sense, and we shouldn't be otherwise arguing. But within the low-hanging fruit, let's think about which ones are supporting the load.
Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe I'll just call arbitrarily on Commissioner Tanaka because I'm interested if you could maybe leverage your insight from serving on the community panel. And I just have a question for you and possibly for staff as you consider your comments, and that's to maybe enlighten us as to how you think this the community panel criteria will be helpful as this process goes forward.
Thank you. So are we doing comments now or are we doing questions?
It's your time. You can use it as you choose.
Let me just ask a clarifying question. I was actually at the community panel for the vote or straw poll, but I thought it might be helpful if you actually explained in terms of what the recommendation was, in terms of how was the vote taken, and was it unanimous? And when I was there, it seemed rather informal, but I thought maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
It was basically a show of hands. There are approximately 15 to 20 members on the community panel. So we had thrown out a recommendation. How do you feel about second units? How do you feel about the Fry site? and after each round, it was a show of hands just to see. And so when it came to San Antonio, there was less consensus, and there was even with the parking lots also. So in the slide, it was strictly they had recommended inclusion of tiers 1 and 2, but not San Antonio or the parking lots.
Sure. I guess I think one wasn't unanimous, but was strong support on that. But number 2, the 27 University. Can you talk a little bit about how that vote went?
The 27 University wasn't as unanimous, but there was still a majority to interested. No number of units was set on it, but to look at it as a potential site.
Maybe I can jump in there. I think the community panel had a great conversation that skirted around this issue about the tiered approach that we're discussing this evening. That didn't really come up, but the way the panel's ultimate motion moved forward, it was really a recognition that there's some frustration that we're trying to identify sites in short order because we have a deadline, but there's some longer planning issues, some greater planning issues that will require a longer time. And so the panel's action was to say yes to tiers 1 and 2, and to say that the sites along San Antonio require some additional evaluation, as does this idea of potentially eliminating some of the existing sites on El Camino that fall outside the nodes identified in the South El Camino design guidelines, and that we want to investigate those potential changes along with potential additional sites in downtown and Cal Ave, like the parking lots, like 27 University, like smaller parcels than were originally considered. So the 27 University was sort of in a list of like, let's look at this and this and this and this as we continue this investigation.
Sure. And for 27 University, what was the issue why that wasn't on the list originally?
It wasn't zoned for, you mean in the current housing element? 27 University was not included because there was no proposal. It's not zoned multifamily. I think it's zoned PF, public facility. So we were strictly looking at, as much as possible, those sites that allowed for multifamily developments.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So before I recognize the next commissioner, I had just maybe two clarifying points. One was, I'm personally not deeply familiar with the pedestrian node, I guess, policy on the South El Camino Real guidelines, and maybe someone could speak to that. And the other point is that there's always been a representative of the Planning Commission that serves as a liaison to the Regional Housing Mandate Committee, which has been spending a lot of time addressing this housing element update and certification. And I've been the primary representative, but I've been aided in that when I'm traveling by Vice Chair Keller and I think Commissioner Tanaka have also attended those meetings. And my sense of the methodology, if you will, of the Regional Housing Mandate Committee in terms of the tiers that have been identified is I guess, an approach that would exhaust 100% of the first tier, 100% of the second tier, and so on until you've met the need, but not, for example, going pro rata from tiers 1 through 7. Maybe you could both explain that thinking or that methodology and why it might influence our discussion tonight, and also the pedestrian nodes as one of the opportunities or one of the issues.
Well, I can address the pedestrian nodes. There are 3 pedestrian nodes on El Camino. There's the Cal Ave pedestrian node, which goes from Park Boulevard to Page Mill. And then there's the Baron Ventura pedestrian node, which goes from Fernando Ave to Los Robles along El Camino. And the 3rd pedestrian node is basically the El Camino Way area. And so looking at those 3 nodes as potential housing site areas or regions. And so those are the 3 identified nodes.
And just to clarify that, when the community panel's discussion, it was around the idea that some of the existing housing sites on El Camino could be substituted out for new sites. And so it was suggested that sites within the existing nodes could remain in the inventory, but that we would want to find alternate sites so someday we could substitute out the sites that fall outside the nodes where we've, by policy in these design guidelines, identified a desire for increasing, the pedestrian character of the El Camino Real. So to get to your second question, I think, Chair Michaels, your observation is correct. The Regional Housing Mandate Committee and the community panel, really everyone we've worked with in the public that we've explained this spreadsheet tool that staff developed, took the approach of exhausting the tiers that they liked. And then rather than taking a little bit from each of the tiers to meet the problem. I should say that, people came up with new ideas, not just people on the panel, but members of the public came forward and said, there are these other sites. And at one point, the tool was actually revised on the website to allow people to insert their own ideas and develop their own strategy for meeting the number. So this has been given, quite a lot of thought in different venues. Unfortunately, the Regional Housing Mandate Committee was not able to get to a motion. They couldn't actually get 3 votes for a position, but they did articulate, and it's really based on their suggestion and failed motion that we brought forward this idea of the tiered approach, where we do the first few tiers now and then go back and look later at whether there's a bigger solution that could substitute out some existing sites.
So thank you. I think that's very helpful. So anybody on the left like to, Mr. Alchek?
So I accept staff's recommendation, and I think we should recommend this approach. I think, while it might be possible for us to meet the state's requirement, without rezoning any of the specific sites in our city, that day will come where we will have to address the housing supply. And we will have to identify and rezone sites for substantially greater density, residential density. And I know it's profoundly unpopular, but we're not autonomous. We are a city in the great state of California, and we're obligated. I'm not exactly sure. It's hard for me to remember why we had to meet again to do this 2 weeks ago, and I almost feel bad for staff to have to spend the time to prepare this presentation because I think it's the same. And I was prepared last time to make this same recommendation, and I'm prepared today to do it. This is sort of a no-brainer. Even if we decided to rezone 10 different sites, I don't know why we wouldn't also count the sites that are already zoned. It would almost seem like we would have to actually act to not count these 3 sites, these 3 tiers. We'd have to rezone them to provide for less residential density for us not to count them almost. That's how sort of, I guess, ill-advised that not counting them seems to me. So I'm going to hold off on making a motion just in case other people want to comment. But I really think we should take this approach. Let's identify these. Let's avoid getting too close to this deadline. And, one of the things that and I'm putting a lot of faith in this Our Palo Alto process because I'm an optimist, but I really hope that through this process we begin to look at these greater needs from, in a forward-thinking manner where we identify, well, how will this city handle the growth that's going to come over the next 20 or 30 years? And hopefully by doing that over the next year or two, the next time we have a housing element update, we'll be able to identify sites rather quickly that need to be rezoned, and maybe we'll have the support from the community to go through with those rezonings without much pushback. But I just think these sites, I think, my only question was 27 University, it's not in any of your tiers, right? So that was just, I mean, from my perspective on 27 universities, I would think that if we went through the process of rezoning that right now for the purposes of this requirement to somehow allocated residential density to meet whatever percentage we still haven't met, we would be going through the process of reviewing the proper zoning for 27 University again through either our Palo Alto or the next time somebody comes up with a PC for it, because that's such a substantial area that it's not just one zone. It's not going to just be multifamily. It's probably going to incorporate some very significant mixed-use project. So while I'm sort of I'm happy to hear that the constituents who are involved in that process identified 27 University as an opportunity for growth, I just think that's going to require much more time to evaluate. So I really support the idea of moving this and getting on to the next topic that we have here today.
Commissioner Cardias.
Thank you, Chair. So just based on this discussion and what we talked last time, right? I mean, first, before I get to this, right? Thank you very much for capturing all the comments that we made last time. Good job. But listening to this and also what we discussed last time, I would propose that you should move into a continuous process of evaluation of the sites, regardless of any deadlines. That would be based on some sort of scoring. It may be internal process, maybe it doesn't need to be disclosed, but then it would allow us and then also our constituents to pretty much evaluate continuously where we're getting to at any point of time, right? And then based on the spreadsheet of yours, you have some initial scoring elements, right? Walkability, inclusion of all the lots, accessibility to transit, and so forth, right? So maybe this would allow you just to develop methodology that we could discuss at the next meeting, and that would just give foundation for this continuous process, and then evaluation of variety of sites based on this methodology. Thank you.
Commissioner King.
Thank you. Let's see. One, I want to say thanks to staff on the report for including the section on acronyms. This is obviously a very acronym-heavy report, and I would, in the spirit of citizen engagement, to make this more accessible, particularly in light of a lot of general, I think, displeasure on the part of many with ABAG and their requirements. Would be very helpful if there were somewhere a primer on why the heck are we doing this? Why does ABAG have this power? Why can't we just tell them we don't, for those who don't want to follow their guidelines, why couldn't we just say we don't want to do that? So just a general understanding, because we've gone over this a few times and yet I still don't have a clear of, okay, these people up here at the state do this and that comes down through here and then these two committees have this feedback. So if you want citizens to be able to follow that, it would be helpful to include that either here or maybe on the website. And I'm not sure, I only have reviewed the paper version, but it would be helpful, I know the technology exists, I don't know how complex it is, where anytime these acronyms are used within the body of a report, it's possible that they're a link. So then if you forget, oh wait, which was CHAS now? And then you click on that and it'll tell you right there while you're reading through the report. Again, I don't know how complex it is to do that. Okay, thank you for that. Let's see. And I have a couple of comments that might be in the wordsmithing, but I think now is probably the time to start throwing in wordsmithing requests. So on page 2, or I'm sorry, it's page 2 of chapter 1. There are some comments here, bullet points. The high cost of the land coupled with the smaller lot sizes in the city makes residential development difficult. And if you're looking at buying a $2 million lot, putting a $1 million house on it and selling it for $4 million, simple. That's what's going on all over. Every block in Old Palo Alto is happening. So residential development in general isn't difficult. It's affordable housing that's difficult. So I think it's important to make that distinction. And then more minor, but with the median high sales price, providing housing affordable to all segments of the population is an issue. I might word that more strongly, is a significant challenge. And then lastly, in addition, while Palo Alto is fortunate to have a surplus of jobs, the circulation infrastructure is taxed on. I think saying that we're fortunate to have a surplus of jobs isn't a matter of opinion. I don't think that's a fact. And so I would probably strike that and just say Palo Alto has a surplus of jobs relative to housing, and end of the rest of the sentence. Let's see. And then my question is, so regarding the staff recommendation, I saw, and I'm assuming that this may become the actual motion. And so on item number 2, I think in your staff report, you include significantly more. There's a last paragraph there that explains why the re-review would take place. And I think it would be a stronger motion if we go there to include that, to explain why, so that this doesn't stand alone and people say, well, why the heck would we do that? Your explanation in your report is much stronger with that additional information. And then lastly, so we discussed briefly 27 University and the fact that the community panel recommended that. I personally, as we're moving towards a motion, would like to include that in the staff recommendation, that come up during the re-review, that there be at least a discussion when we come back to re-review. Obviously now, as Commissioner Alczak mentioned, we're nowhere near having that zone for where it could possibly, in anywhere near future, would fit. But when we're going through our Palo Alto and re-review, I think that would be a great idea. I personally wasn't thrilled about any of the office buildings because we've aforementioned job surplus, but if that were housing, I think it would be much more palatable to the community. Again, that's opinion, not fact. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Keller.
Thank you. So first, a couple of cleanup items from some things other people said. In terms of the tiers, it's actually the Fry site was not fully maxed out. Instead, San Antonio site, Tier 3 was used, and Tier 2 Fry's is only used to the extent needed to achieve the maximum. Not Tier 2 Fry's was maxed out, so just to correct the record for that. The second thing is the reason that we had this meeting as opposed to instead is because the last item was last time 2 weeks ago was agendized as a study session, and therefore we could not make a formal motion. That allows us at this meeting to make a formal motion at which we can recommend to the council formally what our position is. In respect to Commissioner King's suggestion on page 2, I wouldn't put in there specifically affordable housing. I would indicate additional residential development as opposed to replacement residential development. I think that's what you mean. You mean new residential development of new residences, additional residences. And I think that that's probably better clarification. I appreciate staff copying some things and distributing them for the members of the commission. In particular, if you look at the item from the Board of Education on page 2, you see that the enrollment growth in the last 10 years in the North Palo Alto has been less than 15% enrollment growth. In West Palo Alto has been about 25% enrollment growth. And in South Palo Alto has been over 35% enrollment growth. And that also corresponds, if you look on the table chart 5, you'll see there's considerable overflow from the elementary schools in South Palo Alto that is in particular out of the cluster, and that's not the case very much for West and North clusters. So it's pretty clear that the South Palo Alto has a problem with accommodating the kind of residential growth, which is part of the reason why having additional housing in South Palo Alto, particularly along San Antonio Road, is a bad idea. And in particular, it goes in terms of, and I think that probably should be rezoned For part of the problem, and I had recommended that the East Meadow Circle area study also include that area, because it was included to include it was expanded to include south of San Antonio Road, east of Charleston, but not the part below that. And I think if it had included that, just like the rest of the East Meadow Circle, no housing development was allowed in that at all. And I think this should have similar rules. That's one thing. The second thing is that you have here a chart that's from the U.S. Census Bureau, the latest data available from 2008 to 2012 American Community Study Survey 5-year estimates for DPO4, and it indicates basically that in Palo Alto, 3.9% of our housing stock is no bedrooms, and 17.4% of our housing stock is one bedroom. So about 21% of our housing stock is small units, 0 or 1 bedroom. In contrast, we have a significant amount of our population, over about 20% and growing percent of our population is age 62 and over. This is from the survey DPO5 that people also have. And in terms of ages 20 to 34, that is about 18% of our population, and probably also growing somewhat as younger people want to move into our community. And so there's a need for increased number of smaller units, and I would encourage that as well. So in terms of the kinds of things that we had last time as issues, I think that in terms of H2.1.4, we should consider strengthening that as part of our policy. Right now it talks about incentivizing. I think that in some sense it should be a lot stronger language than that in terms of item number 3. And there's clearly a demographic need for that. For those who want to know what page it's on page 128 of the document. In addition, I think that the South El Camino Real concept plan was originally part of the comp plan that ended in 2010, and so I think that it needs it's critical that it be prioritized now. So I will make the motion for the staff recommendation. And entertain amendments to that as appropriate.
Is there a second? Second. So motion made by Vice Chair Keller, seconded by Commissioner Alchek. Vice Chair Keller, would you like to speak further to your motion?
Thank you. I do think that it is important that we have the city committed to the review of the inventory of sites. I would actually prefer stronger language of that, that it be tied to our Palo Alto process. And I'm wondering how staff feels about that.
I'm sorry, which?
The language for item 2 of the staff recommendation, whether the committing the city to review the inventory of sites, in fact, the housing element in general, as part of our Palo Alto process.
Actually, I think one of your colleagues recommended that we use the language that's on page 1 of the staff report. It's the last full paragraph there on the page, and it says, staff further recommends, the PTC recommends to the council that the housing element contain explicit program language committing the city to re-review the inventory of sites after HCD certification is achieved by the statutory deadline. The re-review would examine the feasibility and desirability of removing sites on San Antonio and on South El Camino Real that fall outside of the pedestrian nodes identified in the South El Camino design guidelines, and replacing them with additional sites or additional densities in downtown and the California Avenue area.
So I would agree if the seconder concurs with replacing item 2 on the staff recommendation that's on the screen with that paragraph, but add the proviso that this be part of our Palo Alto process, and that that also the items on that have been talked about in terms of additional discussion items also be considered as part of that. So the items on pages 3 and 4 under additional discussion items that are not already handled be also part of that process. The last point is that the additional discussion items under page 3 and page 4 be part of the our Palo Alto process consideration as well, as far as the reanalysis.
All of them?
No, not all. The ones that are not will not be addressed by staff as part of this current process. For example, item 1, the staff says that they're going to cover, but the other ones the staff doesn't cover, that they be considered as part of the process.
Okay, so before I ask Commissioner Alchek if you'd like to accept the friendly amendment, would you like to clarify exactly what he's accepting?
Yes, what he's accepting is on what's on the screen, number 2. So the 1 on the screen stays. 2 on the screen is replaced with the paragraph on the bottom of page, the first full paragraph on the bottom, sorry, the paragraph that starts with staff further recommends on page 1 of the staff report. And that 2 other things. One is that it's part of the this is tied to the our Palo Alto process. And the second thing is that the additional discussion items that are part of page 3 and page 4, that those sections that are not already covered by staff's work in the current housing element, be also considered as part of this reevaluation of the housing element.
Okay, so my legal background provides me with this unique perspective. When lawyers talk specifics, a lot of times lawyers try to avoid specifics, because when you get specific, then only the things you've mentioned are included in your definition or in your scope. And there's a real part of me that would like to avoid bullet pointing the our Palo Alto process. You know, I said earlier that I'm really optimistic that our Palo Alto will achieve all these goals that we keep talking about, but I don't want to 27 University needs to be added to our Palo Alto. I don't want to just bullet point a list of things that our Palo Alto has to solve. I almost, I'm encouraged by staff's leadership so far, and also, you know, the guidance the City Council has provided, and I guess the committee that the City Council has asked to lead the our Palo Alto process, the community engagement panel or whatever. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I hope everybody remembers exactly what you just said. I'd rather just not accept it and let it be an amendment, and the commission can vote on it separately and decide if they'd like to amend the already seconded motion with these changes. But I would suggest that I wouldn't support that, because there's a part of me that would really like us to avoid specifically defining what our Palo Alto has to do and leaving it much more open-ended, as to suggest that our Palo Alto really needs to solve every single planning problem that we are facing, undefined. Because I just think that that process will drive itself. So the short answer is no.
So to clarify, as I understand the motion that is in front of us, it's the staff recommendation with item 2 replaced by the last full paragraph on page 1 of the staff report. Period. And there's a motion that we accept that recommendation this evening.
I think that the motion that I made, the original motion was the staff recommendation as it appears on the screen. The motion as amended is, the amendment to the motion is to include the paragraph that's on page 1 of the starting staff further recommends on page 1 of the staff report, plus a reference to our Palo Alto, and that our Palo Alto should consider, but not limited to, the things that are on the additional discussion items.
Okay. So that wasn't accepted by. That wasn't accepted by Commissioner Alchek. So maybe I can.
But the issue is that if it's not accepted, then somebody has the opportunity to second it if they wish. Okay.
All right. So why don't I try with a substitute, or with a substitute motion, and that's to accept the staff recommendation, replace numbered paragraph 2 with the last full paragraph on the first page of the staff report, with the proviso that it recognize the recommendations of the our Palo Alto process, period. Is there a second to? Okay, seconded by Commissioner Alchek. So let me speak to the substitute motion. And just to reflect what I believe is the strong support by the Commission for the work that's been done by the staff, the community panel, the Regional Housing Mandate Committee, and countless others to try to meet the community's obligation as a city in the region to help contribute sorely needed housing sites for a population which is increasing along with the economic growth of the city and the region. I think that in the long term, this is a monumental challenge. I think in the short term, so far as getting this updated, the housing element certified, it's a doable task. And I think that the identification of the various tiers as opportunities to meet our requirement makes this feasible. I think that the recognition of the our Palo Alto process is significant because of the importance of engaging with the community and driving for solutions that are that meet all our needs. And I think that we can be satisfied having done our job this evening, endorsing the staff report. Commissioner Alchek, do you have any? Ditto. Okay. Let's. Any other comments before we? Vice Chair Keller.
Quickly, I interpret the comments of Commissioner Alchek when not seconding my amendment, to indicate that he doesn't want to limit the process of our Palo Alto. So I interpret this as not excluding the discussion items from the our Palo Alto process or excluding anything else, but that staff can consider that as part of its work with the our Palo Alto process in the future housing element. Is that what's understood?
Well, Commissioners, maybe this is a good opportunity for me to say what I probably should have said in my remarks introducing this evening's meeting about our Palo Alto and the comprehensive plan update. And thank you for the opportunity to plug our first planning workshop is tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock at Avenidas, and it's looking at critical issues that the comp plan update will have to address. And so your point is well taken. We hope that there are all kinds of ideas on the table, that members of the community will come tomorrow evening and help start that ball rolling. We're also looking for a few good volunteers for this community leadership group that will help guide the outreach effort throughout the process. So if you or your friends know of someone who's interested in coming to a meeting every month to talk about the comp plan and the outreach and how we get input on some of the ideas that you've articulated here, we would love it if you would send them our way and ask them to fill out an application. So I hope that indirectly answers your question and that you'll consider attending tomorrow evening's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may just ask one question of our Madam Attorney, and that is, could you give guidance to the members of the Commission on how and whether and how they can participate by speaking at the meeting tomorrow, or if we are to listen and learn?
Yes, thank you, Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. This is a public meeting, although it is not noticed as a Brown Act meeting. So the commissioners are certainly entitled to attend the meeting. If there is less than a quorum of commissioners present at the meeting, then you can also participate in the meeting and make public comments if there is a dialogue or discussion.
Thank you.
So I think we're ready for a vote on the motion. Commissioner King, you have a question?
So can you just clarify, so item number 2, in your motion, it was amended to reflect the longer staff report paragraph?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor? So it passes unanimously, and congratulations. Took exactly 1 hour to get to this point in the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So the next item is concerns a tentative map to subdivide 3 parcels into 68 single-family lots, 1 condominium lot for 58 multifamily units, and 1 condominium lot for 54 multifamily units, for a total of 70 parcels in the RPAS2 zoning district, and it's located at 1451-1601 California Avenue. And let's begin this item with a staff report after Cara Silver educates us on our ethical obligations and our purview.
Thank you. I just wanted to announce that Commissioner Rosenblum will be recusing himself from this item on the grounds that his wife is employed by Stanford University, and so he will not be participating in this matter.
Also, I understand that in the agreement that between Stanford University and the city, there's a something will come up in the report from staff. But thank you very much. Well, I'm just going to step out for just a moment. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Jody Gerhardt will give us the staff report. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Jody Gerhardt, Senior Planner for the City. Tonight, the PTC is requested to review a tentative map application that was submitted by Stanford University. The project site is approximately 17 acres, located on the southwestern end of California Avenue. It's comprised of 3 commercial parcels, that being 1451, 1501, and 1601 California Avenue. As described earlier, the site is part of the Mayfield Development Agreement, which in part provides Stanford with vested rights to build 250 housing units on 2 sites in the Research Park area. The first site is the subject property, and the second site is located at 2450 through 2500 El Camino Real. And I will have the city attorney explain this in further detail in a moment. The tentative map proposes to subdivide the 3 parcels into 68 single-family lots, 2 condominium lots, and 13 parcels for private streets and common area, for a total of 83 parcels. The lots would be accessed from California Avenue by 3 private driveways that extend the College Terrace grid pattern and would accommodate 108 visitor parking spaces. The proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the site's AS2 zoning, and the proposed street widths comply with the city's private street ordinance. The building footprints that are shown on the tentative map are identical to the ARB application that was approved by the director on April 18th. This approval was recently appealed and will be the subject of council consideration on June 9th. Environmental review of the project was accomplished with certification of an EIR in 2005. This clearance was recently reviewed as part of the ARB application and was determined to be in compliance with state and local regulations. The PTC is therefore requested to review this proposal for 83 parcels and make a recommendation to the City Council. I'd now like to turn it over to Cara Silver, our Assistant City Attorney, to better explain the limited purview of the PCC tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. So this is the first tentative map that the Planning and Transportation Commission has reviewed in quite some time. Since we don't have large developable pieces of property in town, it's not very common to have a tentative map come through this body. So I wanted to just explain what the Commission's purview is in connection with the tentative map. This is governed by a body of state law known as the Subdivision Map Act. We also have a series of local regulations that are codified not in the city's zoning code, but in Title 21 of the Palo Alto Municipal Code. And what the state law and the series of local regulations do is they anticipate that the Planning Commission is going to make a recommendation to the City Council, and the Planning Commission limits its review to really the layout of the subdivision that is being proposed by the applicant. And when they are reviewing that subdivision, they look at several different consistency findings, basically. And the consistency findings that you will be making is that the subdivision, the layout, the streets, the driveways, the placement of the lots, residential lots, the common areas, the parks, that type of thing, are consistent with the Subdivision Map Act, consistent with Title 21 of the Municipal Code, consistent with the Comprehensive Plan, with the Municipal Code, and with state law. So this is a very, in one sense, broad purview. What you really, the bulk of the findings are contained in the state subdivision map statute, which is very awkwardly framed in terms of negative findings. So it says that you must deny a project if you can't make, or if you can make certain findings. So the inverse of that is that you must approve the project if you cannot make the findings. This is one of these statutes that practitioners wrestle with because of that double negative in there. So basically, the subdivision Map Act findings that you will be looking at are contained in the staff report, and those findings, again written in the negative, are in Exhibit A of the staff report, Section 2. So that's the general purview under subdivision map law. Then what you also need to do is look at this with the gloss, of course, that this is subject to the 2005 development agreement. And so the development agreement places certain limitations on your purview. As Jody mentioned, the development agreement gives Stanford a vested right to construct a certain number of housing units. And so the map is laid out to accommodate that number of housing units. If you wanted to eliminate the number of the units built on the property, you couldn't do that because the development agreement does grant that vested right to construct a certain number of units. Also, the development agreement, of course, was examined through a prior CEQA process. So the traffic impacts, the construction impacts, all of the impacts of this project were previously examined and mitigated through the earlier EIR. And so we have done some analysis to refresh and update that CEQA process, but for the most part, you must rely on the prior 2005 EIR. And then finally, the development agreement places limitations on the city's ability to require certain dedications in the subdivision map. It's common for cities to require dedications of things like parks and streets and these large developments, and those provisions are being incorporated into this project, but they were previously agreed upon in the earlier development agreement. So with that, I will turn it back to the Commission.
So I'm wondering, after hearing the staff report and the clarification on our purview, is there anyone from the applicant from Stanford University who's here this evening who would like to address the Commission in support of the application? Yeah. Sure. And you can have up to 15 minutes if you need.
Thanks. This will be shorter. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Good evening. My name is Chris Wuthman, and I am with the Stanford University Real Estate Office and manager of the Upper California Mayfield Housing Project, for which we are seeking approval this evening of the tentative subdivision map. My colleagues, Tiffany Griego and Julie Jones, and I are responsible for implementing the 2005 Mayfield Development Agreement, which requires Stanford to build this proposed housing. We appreciate the thorough and great work that Jody Gerhardt and other of city staff have done in preparing the project for tonight's review. We are very excited to be at this point in the project, implementing a vision shaped 14 years ago when Stanford responded to the City of Palo Alto's request for help in finding sites within the Stanford Research Park for specific community needs, including 250 units of much-needed housing, all of which are counted toward the city's next housing element cycle. We are pleased that this Upper California Avenue housing project received the director's approval following unanimous approval by the Architectural Review Board on March 20th. The tentative subdivision map for the Upper California project that you're reviewing this evening will enable Stanford to sell the residences that will be built to faculty members via leasehold interests. The map we are presenting tonight is the detailed development of site plan concepts that were presented to you in study session almost 1 year ago, now reflecting numerous comments that have been made over this period. 3 key priorities have guided development of the site plan and tentative map. First, creation of a community that transforms this corner of the research park and establishes its primary relationship as with the College Terrace neighborhood through tying into the existing street grid pattern and complying with and using the zoning's graduated height limits to, 1, cohere with the residential scale and character of the existing homes fronting California Avenue, 2, to reflect the lot and house sizing of College Terrace as much as possible, and 3, to enhance the buffering from the adjacent commercial properties and Page Mill Road district. Second, assurance of safety through avoidance of site and traffic blocking street parking at project entrances, inclusion of connections to reach any residence from any of the 3 entrances, and incorporation of fire department design comments with respect to fire suppression and emergency response. And third, environmental consciousness through the adoption of College Terrace's extensive pedestrian circulation pattern, protected from streets by landscape strips, and the use of private streets to avoid unnecessary overuse of hardscape and excessive creation of stormwater runoff. We and our many consultants who are here tonight would welcome the opportunity to address questions that you have in more detail that we do not want to presume in our introduction. Thank you for your attention this evening to these plans that have been developed to enable the effective and smart functioning as well as attractive orientation of this community to the neighborhood to which it will relate. Thank you.
So I just had one, maybe two questions before you sit down. Sure. One, when I was out and about the other day, I looked at the local Palo Post and noted that there was an appeal that had been lodged relative to compliance with the fire codes, and you've just referenced that in your remarks. Can you clarify your understanding of how this development is in compliance with those fire codes? Or maybe this is a question for staff.
I do believe staff's prepared to address that. We have a consultant as well, fire code consultant as well, here to speak to it, who's provided us professional third-party review. The appeal primarily does relate to fire code questions and their application of the project. We have met numerous times with Palo Alto Fire Department as the site plan and tentative map have been developed, have received their comments and made adjustments accordingly. Rather than explaining proper understanding and application of fire code myself, I think I'll take guidance from staff as to whether staff should come up first before our consultant.
Yes, we do have representatives from the fire department here if you have specific questions related to the project, and they can come speak with you.
Okay, so perhaps we'll get to that later. Then the other question I had was, you indicated that the housing is intended to be sold via long-term leases to faculty.
Correct.
And in the housing element, there's issues related to low income, moderate income, et cetera. Is your understanding that of these units, how that may be allocated among those such categories?
The development agreement provided two options for providing affordable housing within the required Mayfield housing. We selected the option that produces actually more affordable units, and that is done by creating a 100% affordable project at the El Camino site. So that will provide 70 below market rate units in one community. And they will be all provided within that one community to take advantage, among other things, of tax advantage financing to make that possible and lower levels of affordability possible. So within the California Avenue project, there will not be any below market rate units.
Are there other questions of the applicant before he sits down, or Vice Chair Keller?
Just as a clarification on chart TM 5.4, it indicates that there are two large pieces of the parcel that are labeled for condominium purposes. I assume that those are some sort of structured condos, multi-story, and that this tentative map provides for that, and that won't come back before us. This is just indicating that will be further subdivided. Is that correct? I'm not sure if that's staff or the applicant that answers that question.
Yeah, it's a condominium map proceeds at a different track. This is there are two parcels within this application reflected, and it's noted that they're for condominiums.
So what's the approval process for those condominium maps? Does that go through us, or is that simply a staff level process?
It's Department of Finance, I believe, with the state that perfects those. You can tell we haven't gone through a lot of them here, but.
And for the minutes,
from a city perspective, where it's just a one-lot condo, but the details of that, the CC&Rs and things like that, go through the State Department.
So, and for the minutes, the first part of the answer was given by current Planning Director Amy French.
Thank you. That clarifies the process. So I assume that in terms of the building and all that building process will happen on all of these parcels. The building approval by the city. This is just a tentative map.
Yes, we have a multifamily, condo building on those two parcels. We also have the 68 single-family homes. Those were reviewed by the ARB and will, of course, get their building permits.
Great, thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you very much. Let's move to speaker cards from members of the public. Vice Chair Keller, I believe we have some cards, and if anyone else who has arrived would like to submit a card and be recognized, please come on up.
Yes, the first card is from Fred Balin, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Fred Balin of College Terrace. This hearing is premature. I am the appellant regarding the approval prior to this hearing. The grounds are solid as there are clear violations of the fire code as adopted by the city last fall. I have been in contact with the state fire marshal's office trying to talk to the highest levels, and the most senior person I have spoken to and who is in the department that develops the state code agrees with my appeal on this issue. If this appeal is heard by the council and action is taken, the map will need to be withdrawn. It would seem more logical to wait for council decision on the appeal prior to this hearing. But as we are here, I'll mention 2 other items. In addition to fire roads and fire breaks, the definition of design in the Subdivision Map Act, quoted in the staff report, includes such items as street alignments and widths, traffic access, and grading. First, tonight's staff report on circulation and access, and Mr. Wuthman's comments, makes reference to various street segments that are in compliance with the Private Streets Initiative. However, significant sections of those streets are not in compliance, that being at least a 150-foot stretch of Columbia Street, a 30-foot stretch of Amherst, and each of the 4 dead-end streets referred to as residential driveways, all 26 feet or less than 26 feet. Finally, with regard to grading, this project is on an incline. In College Terrace, across California Avenue, properties lay in a straight line up the slope, but there are still sidewalks on each side of the street. Mayfield will be terraced, and the applicant proposes to build a sidewalk on only one side of Amherst Street, of the Amherst Street extension into the project, because it would only serve 18 homes. That's over a quarter of the single-family units in the development. Why should expense be shared to deprive these units of sidewalks? This comment has been mentioned in the context of the ARB findings, which are equivalent to what are the MAP Act findings here, except stated in a kind of alternate way, as the city attorney described. Thank you.
The next speaker is Robert Moss. You'll also have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners. There's an issue that is being overlooked in developing this site. And as an example, in the last portion you got, it talks about the environment. Page 9 talks about hazardous materials. And it completely overlooks the fact that this area is impacted by the toxic plume from 640 and 1501 Page Mill. The plume doesn't go as far as California Avenue, but in recent years there's been a lot of new information. It's only been a year and a half that it was certified that TCE is a carcinogen. And it's been less than a year ago that it was also verified that if a woman who's pregnant is exposed to TCE for as little as 3 months, the fetus is almost highly probable to have birth defects. Now, because the plume doesn't extend as far as California Avenue, at first I thought there wasn't going to be a problem in these sites, but early this year in Mountain View, I've been a member of the Barron Park Association Foundation for over a quarter century, and EPA gave us oversight of the toxics in Palo Alto, these Superfund sites. And for 17 years, I've been a member of the Restoration Advisory Board at Moffett Field, which is looking at the toxics in Mountain View and in Moffett Field. And just early this year, EPA did some studies looking for toxics, TCE, as far as a half-mile away from the plume, and they found extremely high concentrations, over 100,000 ppb of TCE. For your information, along El Camino, opposite Sheridan, there's a monitoring well which has TCE concentrations of 440 ppb. The acceptable level for residential areas, right now this is non-residential, is 0.5. So we have toxic levels about 880 times higher than is what would be allowed in a residential area. And there are no provisions made for doing extensive surveys to find out how far the TCE plume extends, and no requirements that the housing be built with proper mitigation, such as vapor barriers and subslab ventilation. As an example, when a project came in, which you may recall at the VTA site at 2755 El Camino, originally there was no comment made about the toxics. When I mentioned it to Roger Papler at the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and it's the water board you should be talking to, not DTSC, he came back with a stack of requirements for anything that was built on that site in order to mitigate the exposure of people who live there to toxics, especially TCE. So in this case, you should better step back, fully examine the site, fully examine where the toxics are, and if any mitigations are required, impose them. Otherwise, people will die.
And our final speaker is Herb Borak. Herb?
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. I thought you had more speaker cards. I believe you should continue this item until after the council acts on the appeal of the architectural review application and decision of the director. In the past, staff has brought tentative map applications such as this to you after project approval, for the simple reason that you're being asked to approve a map for a specific project. There is no project that has been approved. That's what the appeal has done. The appeal has stopped the approval and essentially suspended or reversed it. The scheduling of this hearing was based upon the assumption that there was an approval of architectural review. It did not take into account that there would be an appeal and that there has been no action taken legally anymore on the architectural review approval. In fact, the record of land use action that you're being asked to make a recommendation to the council on talks about a future approval. It is assuming that there's been an approval on June 23rd by the City Council. So the process that you're being asked to take, I believe, is a violation of the planning and zoning law, and therefore a prejudicial abuse of discretion and a violation of the California Environmental Quality Act. For that reason, I believe the appropriate action for you is to continue this hearing and leave the public hearing open until after the council acts on the appeal that Mr. Ballin has made. Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the speaker cards that have been submitted thus far. I'm a retired lawyer. Like Mr. Alchek, I often fall back on that training in moments of problem solving. It's not always appropriate, but perhaps between the staff and Senior Assistant City Attorney Silver, if the issue of the sequence in which the Commission and the Council are acting in this is, as alleged, may be inappropriate and that first thing should come first. If the appeal is granted, that seems to address issues of design of the streets, perhaps with respect to compliance with the fire code, which is under dispute, and we're not going to resolve that here tonight. Then it seems it would come back to us. It would reopen the question of the design that would be in compliance with the applicable rules. So can you maybe advise us as to the appropriateness of our acting in this evening, or perhaps waiting until the appeal has run its course and council has used its responsibilities?
Yes, thank you, Chair Michael and Commission. So there are obviously different options here. If the applicant, what the applicant is hoping is that the appeal will be denied. And so the applicant has requested that this application go forward at the Planning Commission, and they're entitled to have the commission hear the item. And then if the commission makes a recommendation, the appeal is denied, and then it goes up to council, then the sequence is fine. There would be no problems there. If the commission makes a recommendation to council tonight and the appeal is granted, then and the council hears the item and makes suggestions for redesigning the streets that would have an impact on the subdivision, then it's possible that the council would benefit from additional review by this body. It's also possible that the council's recommendations on or ruling on the appeal are limited to an extent where the subdivision map could actually go forward to the council. So it's, I think that we're talking theoretically here, and the appeal itself is not before this commission, of course, and we haven't gotten into analyzing those issues. So my recommendation would be to go forward with this hearing tonight, and then if the council does grant the appeal, staff will certainly evaluate whether it makes sense from an efficiency standpoint to delay council's action on the subdivision map.
Maybe I can jump in on that and just make one clarifying comment, which is that the City Council is the final decision maker on the map. So you're making a recommendation this evening. The council will be the final decision maker on the appeal and on the map. And so we think it's appropriate for you to make your recommendation this evening. As Carr has indicated, there's a possibility that council, if this all goes in the direction of upholding the appeal, could want to send it back to you. But there's also a possibility that they could either deny the appeal or, in upholding the appeal, not make such substantive changes that it would have to come back to you for another recommendation, since, as I said, they're the final decision maker on the map. So we've given this quite a bit of thought. We think it is appropriate for the Commission to consider this matter this evening.
Thank you. That's helpful. And we have no more speaker cards. Let's come back to the Commission and give people 5 minutes. Who would like to start?
Chair Michael, if I could ask your indulgence, there was another comment about the hazardous materials issue that I was hoping that staff could respond to on the record.
Yes, please.
Thank you. At the end of your packet is the environmental confirmation memo.
And this is Jody Gerhardt speaking?
Yes, Jody Gerhardt, Senior Planner. Staff did, as part of the ARB and the tentative map application, staff took a look at the 2005 EIR that was certified by Council. We made sure that all of the relevant information was current. Part of what Stanford did in the time, between 2005 and now, they have done extensive hazardous material analysis. They have phase 1 and phase 2 reports that were turned into the city, and more importantly, were turned into DTSC. On 2 of the parcels, they have already received letters of no further action required. On the 1601 property, there is additional analysis required, but mainly that's because there's an existing building, an existing tenant, so they weren't able to go into that property and do as much analysis as required. But we assume that very quickly there will be a no further action letter on that property as well, and that will be, planning will follow through on that through the building process, assuming we get there.
So thank you for clarifying that. So just to set the stage a bit, it's my understanding, as we've been instructed, is that the appeal that's been lodged from the ARB decision is not before the Planning Commission tonight. That's going to council. So that may be granted, it may be denied, it may have merits or not, but that's not our issue. The EIR compliance with CEQA and all that is also not on our plate tonight. But what we have in according with our purview is any recommendations relating to the design or improvements as defined in the materials we have. And with that, we can make a valuable contribution to the Palo Alto process. Is that correct? Okay. Who wants to start? Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, thank you, staff. I agree with that assessment. I think we're in a unique opportunity here to potentially speed up a process, be very efficient. If for some reason this has to come back to us, it will. And we have the public here, and they've been noticed, and I think it's a really good opportunity to give them an opportunity to, address us. So I'm glad that we're pursuing this this review. And thanks for that last. It's unfortunate you stepped out at that moment, because I think that environmental response would have benefited our one speaker on that issue. So I've reviewed the staff report, and I have a lot of faith in our staff and the director's approval. It seems to me like they've met every condition of the agreement, and the potential issues of controversy are the size of the widths of the street and this sidewalk. Would you mind just spending a minute or two explaining the significance of someone said the 18 homes. I think that represents actually 10% of the 180 units. So can you just shed some light on the significance of this one little area of sidewalk?
Yes, just 1 second. So the map in front of you and on the screen here is actually the ARB approved site plan. So a little more detail than is needed for tonight, but may help in the conversation. The sidewalk that was discussed earlier by the public on Amherst, on the, right-hand side, as we're seeing it here, that side of Amherst on this new property would not have a sidewalk because of the terrain. It would force, additional retaining walls to happen in that area if we were to put a sidewalk there. So there is a sidewalk on the other side of Amherst.
Is that the side 21 through 31?
Those are, yeah, 31 through 20 something, yes. Sorry, my eyes are getting older. And so that's where there's only sidewalk on one side of the new Amherst. And as far as you were asking about street widths as well, there are the right-of-way, I think it's either 58 foot right-of-way for the new Bowdoin We have, whereas the existing right-of-ways are 60 feet, so we're talking about 2 feet less of right-of-way. The drive aisles, the actual driving space is 12-foot drive aisles. Those are the same, on the old Bowdoin, the new Bowdoin, on all of the different streets there. What happens is at the entrance, when you're first entering the project, on all of those 3 ABC streets, there is sort of bulb outs, so landscaping bulb outs that do narrow down that kind of entrance. But it's really just narrowing down. You can't park there at the entrance, but it's still the same drive aisle width. And so once you get onto the project, then you're able, it widens up so that there is room for parking.
And is there something that makes the Columbia Street different? I mean, where the, I guess the width is it's a little bit smaller, is that right? And are there circumstances that make that street a little different on both sides or just on the project side?
You're asking about Amherst?
I'm asking about Columbia.
About Columbia?
Or did I read that wrong? Was Columbia less?
Columbia is the one that is dead ends into the multifamily.
Right.
And Columbia, on Columbia, I believe so the right-of-way for that is the 58-foot right-of-way with the 36-foot wide street that accommodates, drive aisles and parking. What happens on Columbia is that there's more of a bulb out.
Okay.
So there's, at the entrance is sort of longer on that particular street than the other streets.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you for that explanation. Well, I support recommending to council that they approve this tentative map, and I will pay attention to the appeal and the results of that appeal. I don't think the item appealed is a part of our review at all, so but I'm sort of delighted to see that all the requirements were met, and in some cases, actually, they didn't necessarily push the limit of some of those sort of standards that are set. So I guess I'll make a motion that we approve that we accept staff's recommendation, and I'll allow the commissioners to sort of discuss it and second it on their time.
So there's motion by Commissioner Alchek and second by Commissioner King. But before I ask you to speak to the motion, let's just continue with the round of questions or comments.
Commissioner King goes second. Commissioner King goes second.
Well, why?
Because he's next.
Not necessarily.
He could.
Commissioner King, would you like to go next?
Thank you. Yes, I really don't have anything to add. It seems like the appeal will deal with the issues downstream. I believe in moving it forward. In fact, if in fact the appeal, well, regardless of whether the appeal is successful or unsuccessful, the sooner the project starts, my understanding from reading the documents is that Stanford does have some capacity to have a through route for construction trucks at the initial stages through a date certain in 2015, and so the sooner the project gets started, the more benefit from that to the residents. So I'm excited to move it forward and get some more housing. Thanks.
Commissioner Gardias?
Just a quick question to add to the questions that prior commissioner had about Amherst. What was the condition that precluding of widening Amherst as it enters the development area by this 2 feet? What was the limitation?
The limitation is grading. The site, as you go towards Amherst, the site is climbing up towards the Peter Coots area. And so it gets steeper and steeper as you get closer to that side of the property. And so it just requires additional retaining walls if we were to put in a sidewalk on the second side of the street.
I understand, but I think this is the same as it on Amherst today, right? Because there is the same grading, unless it's greater than existing one.
There is existing houses on both sides of the existing portion of Amherst. That has hilly terrain as well. That portion of Amherst is also fairly narrow, whereas this new portion of Amherst is trying to meet current standards.
I see. Thank you.
Commissioner Tanaka?
Yes. So, can you tell me which is the road that's going to be going to the construction, like through road? Which one is it? A, B, C? Do you know?
You're asking about the construction traffic. I believe it's out through Page Mill. Stanford has offered a temporary construction route that will be further defined through our logistics plan. And that, I believe, is through 1450 Page Mill.
Okay. But it's not indicated on the map anywhere in terms of how that's...
No, because, again, it'll be further refined in the logistics plan that Public Works will approve. But that's been documented in letters from Stanford that the construction access would be through 1450, but they do have a date limit to that.
Okay. Is there any reason why that road can't continue even after the project's been built?
That's Stanford-owned property, so we'd want to ask them that question. But it is not a requirement of the, we did the traffic analysis, and that was not deemed to be necessary as through that process.
So I realize Amherst is more narrow on the College Terrace side versus this property. And then I realized from the comments that it would take a retaining wall to have a sidewalk there. But to be consistent, I mean, I think there actually is some retaining walls on the Amherst side. Why, I guess I'm trying to understand why would the property not be consistent, and why would they not have sidewalks on both sides?
I'd want to look up the height of the existing retaining walls. I need to confirm it, but I have a feeling that the existing proposed walls are in the 3-foot range, and I don't know what we would be talking about, 5 to 6 foot retaining walls if we were trying to get a sidewalk in there. So I'd need to confirm those numbers, but that was the sense we have and the reason we didn't push the issue.
Okay. Can someone from Stanford talk about how I guess the two questions I asked staff, one which is the construction route, and the second is the reasons why that can continue through the property?
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Griego. I'm the director of the Stanford Research Park. I'm really pleased to be here tonight and really grateful to staff for preparing an excellent staff report. I'm happy to respond to the questions. Some of you probably recall that I responded to similar questions about a year ago. And so in terms of the construction access route, we have been engaged in multiple years of community dialogue with College Terrace. And in fact, Brent Barker's not here tonight, but I would actually like to thank him on the public record for a really cordial and productive conversation that we've had with him. He has been very forthcoming that construction impacts has been the #1 priority of the neighborhood. And we have listened to him very seriously and taken their concerns very seriously. And while construction traffic impacts were indeed studied as part of the certified EIR, and no basis was determined for what we have offered, we have gone ahead and found ourselves in a fortuitous circumstance where there's no underlying ground lease at 1450 Page Mill, and as a result, we can make something happen there. So what we have done in response to their primary concern is made a commitment through a date certain that we will have our heaviest truck traffic go through that route. It will be a supplemental route. We will still need access through other portions of the site, and really that's to expedite the project as quickly as possible, because clearly everybody wants this to get done as quickly as possible. But the period of time in which we're willing to offer this additional route through 1450 coincides really well with the heaviest truck traffic and demolition and grading and all the off-haul associated with that. So we are willing to honor that commitment, and we've said so in writing. To the permanent access, we, as we discussed tonight, have studied the traffic impacts as part of the certified EIR in 2005, and traffic will be reduced as compared to the existing traffic here from the commercial properties. So there's no basis for asking for a commercial parcel to be permanently turned into a public road. And so we think that really the goal here, as Chris so eloquently stated, the goal is to stitch the seam, to bring the neighborhood into a position where it integrates well with College Terrace. It becomes part of that neighborhood. It's done through planning, and that was always the guiding principle when this development agreement was signed. And we think that not only is it probably unsafe to route people through a commercial parcel through the middle of a parking lot, it's just, in our view, not appropriate, and it mixes incompatible uses, and so we're not offering that. Thank you for asking the question. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss it.
Can I ask one last question? Yeah. So, is there access currently today from these parcels to the other parcel?
There are actually trees that are blocking 1450 Page Mill and the property line that you see where the construction route would happen. We recently received approval from Dave Doctor to remove those trees to make way for the construction access. So no, there's not currently a connection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Keller.
Thank you. A few questions for staff. The first question is with respect to the private street ordinance. Under the development agreement, does the private street ordinance actually apply to this project?
No, it doesn't. The development agreement does lock in the ordinances that were in place in 2005. So technically it does not apply, but my understanding is that the project voluntarily is going to be complying with the private streets ordinance.
Thank you. And did the private streets ordinance require a sidewalks or not? What was the nature of that, if to the extent that this complies?
The private streets ordinance just requires a 32-foot right-of-way, and normally in 32 feet you would not be able to accommodate a sidewalk. That would usually just be drive aisles and parking, and that's even fairly small for that.
Thank you. Also, to what extent is the presence or absence of sidewalks something which is within the purview of our tentative map approval or not? Could you give us guidance on that?
Generally, sidewalks, curb and gutter, and pavement of streets is within your purview.
Thank you. And to what extent, when I guess what happens when this ordinance, when the appeal goes before the City Council, and let's assume that the City Council modifies the tentative map. What's the threshold as to, and modifies the project in such a way that the tentative map may need amendment? To what extent is what's the threshold for whether that comes back before us or not?
Well, there really isn't a codified threshold. I think that it would be upon direction of the council. So if the council were able to, quickly decide the the subdivision map issue without your recommendation, then it could take up the item. If there was some substantive restructuring or reconfiguration, then it's most likely that either staff would recommend that it go back to you or just bring it back to you in the first instance, or council would order it back to the commission.
Thank you. And final, I'll reference the comment that was made by one of the members of the commission also, which is that to the extent that this project is delayed, there will be, to my understanding, reduced ability to use the pathway for construction to Page Mill Road, and thereby delay of this project further will increase the impact on the neighborhood. I personally am voting on this with the understanding that we are not considering the appeal, and if the appeal requires consideration further by the commission, then that will be done. That will occur, and then if the appeal is decided in such a way that no further consideration is needed by the commission, then obviously this does expedite it so that the neighborhood could benefit from the faster time to the project starting construction, so that that roadway can be used more for a longer period of time. Thank you.
As is often the case, a number of the questions or comments that I might have considered have been raised by my colleagues. But I just want to acknowledge that when this matter came before us on a prior step in the process, there was a considerable discussion with representatives from the College Terrace Neighborhood Association who had pretty serious concerns about, I think, the construction noise, and I think that's been addressed this evening. And with reference to the fact that discussions have been had with the applicant and the neighborhood association over the years and recently, and I am going to infer from the absence of a representative of the neighborhood association this evening that those discussions were productive and fruitful, and participated in sincerely by both sides. And I want to just congratulate all sides for engaging and having that quality of collaboration, because it was quite serious last time, and it's very quiet now. So good job. So with that, I think our process will have the maker of the motion have a chance to make comments, followed by the seconder, and then I want to ask the applicant to come and any remarks that you'd like to make in relationship to the motion, if any. So, Commissioner Alchek, you made the motion.
Thank you. I hadn't heard that quote about stitching the neighborhood, the seam. I love that. That is exactly what my review concluded. And I'm almost sort of shocked at this sort of ongoing discussion about finding a path through the neighboring parcel. I'm philosophically opposed to the notion that you could burden a neighboring parcel with a right-of-way simply because people want to cut through, which is exactly what it's about, in my opinion. This discussion about opening a road through the neighboring parcel is an opportunity for College Terrace residents to get to Page Mill faster. And I think it would absolutely destroy the neighborhood feel that you're going to try to create here. A safe space for 180 potential families, or 180 residents of different, not necessarily all of them will be families, but we've discussed a lot about housing in the last several meetings, and I don't think anybody here is insensitive to the notion that the cost of housing here is tremendous, and I applaud Stanford's effort to provide housing to its staff that is more affordable than the existing housing stock immediately surrounding the university. If only Palo Alto would provide its own staff. Seriously, it's something to think about. And I I don't know if this is why you set a time limit to this construction access path, but I encourage you and any other private developer to learn from this, which is to provide incentives to your community to work with you so that you can get your project done quicker. I don't think that you set the time limit because you wanted to encourage them to get your approval faster, because if they don't, they're going to feel the pain of construction more. But it's a good lesson that that we can't just take. That once you put an agreement down, that we should really be working as hard as possible to move this project through, considering that it literally meets every single one of the requirements of the development agreement. I mean, I'm just impressed by that. So that's all I want to say about my motion.
Commissioner King.
Thank you. Just briefly, I think, I'm excited. It's a project that's moving our jobs, housing and balance in the right direction, taking what was office space, converting it to housing, and it looks, the project, the map looks appealing to me. So I think it's good. Thanks.
At this point, would the applicant like to make any remarks? You don't have to, but you have this opportunity.
Thank you. Just very quickly, this may be sticking our neck out a bit, but we've actually stated and committed to this publicly with respect to our dialogue with the College Terrace neighbors. Planner Gerhardt mentioned that a construction traffic management logistics plan will have to be developed with staff and approved prior to grading and building permits. We've committed to continue our dialogue with College Terrace and with respect to the development of this plan, and to hear their concerns and dialogue with them on those. So I just thought that that would be important to make you aware of. Also, with respect to all the issues that have been brought up tonight, we've spent extensive time vetting those with many sections and people in staff, and the plans have been modified accordingly and with respect to many comments. So although you haven't heard from all of staff tonight, a lot of work has gone on on all these issues over the past year. Thank you.
You're welcome. So before we vote on the motion, does anybody have any, Commissioner Naka?
It's a question for staff. So I know that there's a kind of a deadline, so to speak, of the construction traffic. Can there be a condition that we place to actually enable this to go longer as part of this approval process or recommendation process?
I'll answer that from a legal perspective.
And your name is?
Yes, Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. So this is requiring construction traffic to go through another adjoining piece of property that's not subject to the application. And so whenever that occurs, there are some, takings, real property interests that are involved, and so we would not recommend that as a best practice. I think that to the extent the applicant is agreeable to the timeline that they've committed to, and the fact that there's currently not a tenant there, we have documented that commitment. However, once you get further along, there might be some, tenanting issues on that property, and so I wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah, I guess I appreciate what Stafford's trying to do in terms of being a good neighbor. I think Stafford has certainly made the attempt to be a good neighbor, which I think everyone appreciates. But there's appeals, there's rain delays. You never know what happens, right? And so while we may not have necessarily the purview for it, I would certainly encourage as much as possible for this construction route to be used versus California Avenue.
Commissioner Gardias?
Just a small comment in regards to the continuing collaboration between Stanford and the community. I looked at the grading map and also Google pictures of Amherst, and it doesn't support the claim of the 3 feet tall retaining walls. It looks like there is a parking lot at the beginning of at the part of the property that's adjacent to California Avenue. So maybe those houses, they may accommodate sidewalk in front of them. So if it would be possible to take a look at this sidewalk along extended Amherst Street on the other side, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Jody.
Thank you, Jody Gerhardt, Senior Planner. What you may not have the benefit of is the ARB package, which has a more detailed grading plan in it. There are currently 2-foot retaining walls at the front of these properties on Amherst. There's also 4 to 5 foot retaining walls in their rear yards. And these lots are not as deep as the existing Amherst lots are. And a lot of that has to do with existing perimeter trees. We're trying to maintain those existing mature trees, and therefore, of course, the land underneath them needs to be preserved at the same grade. So there's 2 sets of retaining walls that are making this a difficult issue.
Commissioner Gardias.
I understand. I was just asking about the opportunity. Maybe there is a room to accommodate both, right? Maybe sidewalk doesn't have to go all the way to the back of the property. Maybe it could extend only half a way. But, looks like there is an opportunity. Thank you.
So I think we're ready for a vote on the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So it's approved unanimously. Thank you very much. With Commissioner Rosenblum not participating due to his conflict. So we'll take a 10-minute break. See you all in 10 minutes. This evening, Commissioner Rosenblum was conflicted out on the second item. He's conflicted out on the downtown cap as well because this is where he lives. And with that, we have a study session on the downtown development cap, and let's begin with a staff report.
Great. Good evening, Commissioner. Stephen Turner, Advanced Planning Manager, and we're very pleased to bring forward to the Commission this evening the first two reports related to the downtown cap study that staff began late last year. The two reports we're going to be reviewing tonight are the Street Intercept Survey, which is a travel and parking habits review of those conditions in the downtown area, and then secondly, the Existing Conditions Report, which provides a lot of detailed information on land use and development trends and existing parking, traffic, and circulation conditions. The commissioners may be aware that in our existing comprehensive plan, we have a program, L8, which establishes the downtown cap at 350,000 square feet of net new non-residential square footage beyond what existed in 1986. And as a kind of companion with that, the comprehensive plan tells us that we need to begin a study of the downtown development cap whenever we reach 235,000 square feet of net new floor area. So we are currently at 252,000 square feet of net new floor area. So we are have exceeded that that threshold, and we are certainly right in the middle of the downtown study. The City Council adopted a budget and scope of work in late 2013. As a result of that, we were able to bring on our consultants, Diet and Bhatia, to help us out with the downtown cap survey and study, and we've been working on it ever since. The study is really being conducted in two phases. We're in phase one right now, which is our data collection phase, and these first two reports are the first two products of that. We have two other reports that I'll mention in just a little bit. And then phase two is the policy development phase. So we will take all of the data that we generated in phase one and use that to help set policy for phase two. So we are in the middle of phase one right now, and the purpose really of this study session tonight is really to hear a presentation from the city's consultants on the two reports that we've presented to you. We want to hear from members of the public and hear their comments on the reports, and also have the PTC provide comments and ask questions here tonight. We're not asking for a motion or a vote at this meeting. If the PTC wishes to conduct a straw vote on items, then they certainly can to help provide city staff with direction. There may be some temptation tonight to speculate on what might be coming next into the future in terms of the future reports we'll be providing, or to talk about policy. We think that is, we're asking the Commission to resist that temptation to talk about policy until we can present the Commission with all of the data that we are generating in phase one. So but we can talk a little bit more about that as we go along this evening. I want to introduce staff and the consultants. So from the city staff side, we have Chitra Moitra and Jessica Sullivan from city staff, and then our consultants from Diet Bhatia, Rajiv Bhatia and Sophie Martin, and they'll be giving the presentation tonight, and I will hand it over to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Stephen mentioned the first two studies. Those are the first two bullets in there that will be presenting to you tonight. There will be several other studies coming to you as part of phase one itself. One of those is the business survey, which is just being completed. Then we have the economic and market assessment. And the third one here is the development potential under current zoning. And we will look at the future potential transportation and traffic and parking conditions at that time, and present that to you as well under current zoning, not without changing any policy. So I'm going to walk you through the Street Intercept survey results, and Sophie's going to walk you through the background report itself. I'm sure you all got a chance to actually look through the report, and we're just giving you some real broad highlights from it, and please feel free to ask any questions. This was a random selection of respondents in the downtown area, in the downtown core area, actually. We spoke to 501 members of the community with average 5 minutes in length. This was conducted by the Henne Group. They are surveyors. That's what they do, public opinion surveys. And these were by groups of surveyors, and they walked around in the core area, and they just intercepted people. And we did this on weekdays. 7 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. was one group, and then 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. were the other groups. And we did this over several days in December, mid-December last year, and mid-January of this year as well. And to randomize the responses, the surveyors walked around in the core area, and they also approached a male one time, and then the next person they would approach would be female. We just tried to strike a balance. So who did we actually speak to? 23% of the people we spoke to were residents, and this includes 15 people who also work in downtown. These are downtown residents, not Palo Alto, but just downtown residents. And that's 3% of the overall total. 35% of the people we spoke to were workers, and 42% were visitors. Now, this does not represent the downtown daytime profile, because we just spoke to people who were out in the streets. And we would expect that the workers would be spending most of the time in their office buildings and not be walking around in the streets. But this is the population that we spoke to. Of those three primary population groups, you can see that in the first bar here, this first horizontal bar across over here, this shows people who drove alone, people who used public transit, people who walked, and then bicycle, carpool, and so on. For the residents, 77% of them walked to downtown. This is to be expected. They live close to downtown, and most of them walked to downtown. A few did drive, 9%, and 9% did use public transit as well. For workers, 40% of the workers drove alone, and a surprising 48% of the workers actually used transit. And again, this represents the workers in the core area itself and not in the broader downtown. But we got this high response. We also had people walking, biking, and carpooling to get to downtown as well. Visitors drove at about a similar rate, drove alone, 38%, but fewer of them used public transit, 27%, and several of them walked, biked, or carpooled to downtown as well. Where did these people actually park? 48% of people actually parked on the street, 34% overall parked in the public lot or garage, and 18% in the private lot or garage. But there are differences in the different population segments. The visitors tended to park more on the street. 60% of visitors parked on the street, 33% in public lot and garages, and the remaining in private lot or garages. Conversely, for workers, they parked about equally in those three segments. About a third, or 34%, parked on the street, 35% in public lot or garages, and 31% in the private lots. And that's partly because the street parking is available for shorter duration, so you would naturally expect that the workers would not be parking as much on the street. In terms of single purpose versus multiple destination visits, 59% of people come to downtown for a single reason, but a strong 41% also come to downtown to do multiple things. And when they go from one destination to the other, they are generally walking in downtown. So people have a tendency to park once and they're coming to downtown, and then walk around and do the other errands or go to other destinations in downtown. Is it easy to park near my destination? That was one of the questions that we asked people. And I want to sort of relate this in the context that we also asked people first, before we asked this, is it easy for you to find a parking lot or a garage? And 71% of people said, yes, that is true. It's easy for me to find a parking lot or a garage. But in terms of actually finding parking near where people want to be, 37% of the people overall agreed it's easy. 24% were neutral, and 39% disagreed. In other words, we have a split among the respondents we spoke to whether it's easy enough to find parking close to where they want to be or not. And you can see the breakup here by the different population segments where residents somewhat agree less than the visitors. The visitors tend to agree a lot more, 13% plus 31, and that'll be 44% would agree or strongly agree that it's easy to find parking near where they want to be. So in terms of the overall conclusions, there are the three population segments that I talked about. The majority of residents, downtown residents, walk to downtown, while 40% of workers and 38% of visitors are driving alone to downtown. There is a strong presence of non-workers in downtown, visitors or residents. They are there present during the daytime. A lot of people agree, 80%, that it's easy to travel downtown on foot, public, bike or public transit, including nearly 60% of those who use cars to access downtown. We also, and there's a lot of data in the survey itself in terms of people who have provided parking, are they utilizing parking or not, or what? And there is some more information in the conclusions in here that people who are not provided on-site parking by their employers tend to, a majority of people are not provided that parking, 70% are not provided. And half of this group actually parks on the street, while 43% uses public lots or garages. And I mean, I can just keep going down the list here, and I think, I may just, maybe we'll want to stop here. I think what we are generally overall finding is that people are able to find the garages, but parking near where they want to be, seemingly there's a perception that people are not able to readily park near where they want to be. That's the sense I got from the survey. And Sophie will actually share with you more hard facts and data about where parking is or how full it is.
Thank you, Rajiv. Sophie Martin with Diet and Bhatia. I'm going to begin by going over some of our conclusions in land use and development trends. First, I want to clarify what area we're talking about when we talk about the downtown, the core area, the primary study area, and so on. So the broader or more peripheral study area is that which you see outlined in red, which is bounded by Middlefield, Embarcadero, Alma, and then the creek on the west. But for the purposes of the downtown development cap, we're really mostly focusing in on the area that is outlined in purple. That is the boundary of the area that the original downtown development cap policy applied to. So for consistency's sake, most of our research and analysis pertains to the smaller area drawn in purple. That's also roughly bound by Alma to the south, Webster, Lytton, and Forest, and then it also includes some of the south of Forest area as well. So the downtown development cap was put in place in 1986, and we wanted to take a look at what's really actually occurred since that time. And what we found is, according to the policy, the non-residential development that has occurred since the policy was put in place accounts for only about 10% of the total development that's on the ground right now. It's not really very much. The vast majority of what we see in the downtown was built before the cap was put in place. So taking a look at development that occurred since 1986, we see, generally speaking, development was quite cyclical. Where you see negative numbers, that's where major demolition projects occurred, but otherwise a pretty regular construction pattern until the last several years. And since 2012, several large development projects have actually accounted for about half of the total non-residential development that we've seen since the cap was put in place. So a real jump in recent years. That information makes it all the more important that we understand what's going on in all of the businesses, or sorry, all of the buildings in the downtown, not just those that have been built since the cap was established. So who is occupying the buildings that are in downtown Palo Alto? In 1986, and we don't have perfect data on this, but we have a pretty good sense. 1986, office and professional services were a dominant use, as was retail. But there was also a preponderance of light industrial uses as well, including auto repair, warehousing, even some light manufacturing. By 2014, as I'm sure you're aware, those uses are essentially gone. There's been some notable hotel development, which was not a strong presence before. Those light industrial uses have basically vanished. Retail is still strong, but office has really taken off as a land use, and vacancies are very, very low. The zoning that applies in the downtown core area allows a base allowable FAR or floor area ratio ranging from 0.4 to 2.0 depending on the subdistrict. In addition to that allowable FAR, development projects do have the potential to add additional FAR through various bonuses that can be achieved by doing a couple of different things. Those are available for historic rehabilitation, seismic retrofits. There's a minor bonus that's available for projects that don't qualify for either of those two. And then projects that offer significant public benefits can also attain a bonus. Generally, those have the potential to go up to about 3.0 FAR throughout the districts with some variation. So theoretically, we could say, well, there must be a huge amount of development potential there if all of these projects have the capacity to go all the way up to an FAR of 3. However, that's not really the case. And the reason for that is because of the Transfer of Development Rights program, or TDR. It's the TDR program that allows these bonuses to be obtained. So we need to take a close look at how this program has been used since it was established and how much of the TDR square footage actually remains for future development moving forward. When the program was created, it was determined that a total of about 244,000 square feet of TDR bonuses could be created from eligible sites. Those are called sending sites. Of those, about 115,000 have actually been used, some of those on the properties themselves, and some of them have been sent to other receiving sites. So that means that about 129,000 square feet of TDR bonus square footage remains. A small percentage of that, about 23,000 square feet of those TDRs have been created, gone through the process and created but not actually used. And then the remainder, about 105,000 square feet, have the potential to be created but have not yet. So this is going to be important for our next phase. We don't have this data ready to present to you this evening, but the next phase of, the next task for phase 1 of this project will be taking a look at how that additional TDR bonus square footage could possibly be applied. Of that 128,930, it could go to a couple of big projects. It could be spread across a number of smaller ones. That's not really known. So one thing we'll be doing is developing a few scenarios that show how that additional square footage could be developed in the downtown.
But it's a small number.
It's a small number.
In terms of the overall existing, right. I mean, we're at 3.5 million square feet, and this is 100,000 square feet area.
Exactly. So next, let's talk about parking, traffic, and circulation. And again, this is an assessment of existing conditions, relying mostly upon data that Jessica and her team have been gathering in the city thus far for other purposes as well. So we took a look at current parking conditions, traffic, circulation, and so on. So let's take a look first at traffic and circulation. We calculated intersection volumes, traffic level of service, or LOS, and multimodal circulation and mode split, looking at 11 different intersections, mostly in the downtown, and then one additional one at Page Mill and El Camino as sort of a gateway to the downtown. What this table shows is the mode split of 4 of those representative intersections. So this is taking a look at motor vehicle volumes, pedestrian volumes, and bicycle volumes at 4 representative intersections. I think it's pretty fascinating. If you take a look at University Avenue and Bryant, the split of the vehicle volumes and the pedestrian volumes is almost equal. There are a lot of people walking around downtown. That number goes down quite a bit the further that you get from the core, but still a very high percentage of people, relatively speaking, are walking close to the Caltrain station. And then we also see a high level of bicycle ridership or mode split at El Camino and University as sort of a gateway to Stanford. Many people come and go from the campus by bike.
So quick question to interrupt. What was the weather in December and January when the survey was taken? Was it clear, raining? Was there a factor of seasonality in this data?
This data is unrelated to the survey that was done at that time, but to answer your question, that drought we were having, it was very sunny. That was something that we took into consideration when we were deciding whether it was a good idea to move forward with the survey at that time. But given the weather conditions and the fact that we wanted to move forward with this, we thought that it was still appropriate.
I think we should also introduce Colin, who's sitting out there, Nelson Nygaard.
Yes, absolutely. We do have another member of our consultant team, Colin Burgett from Nelson Nygaard. Nelson Nygaard is our traffic and parking subconsultant, and he'll be able to step in and answer any more technical questions you have on those topics. Taking a quick look at traffic operations, we do find that the study intersections all, with the exception of one, meet your current level of service standards. That doesn't mean that there's no delay, but it means that they do meet the standards that the city currently has in place. We do see greater traffic delay on some of the regional routes, those that access the freeways, and those that are the entry points to the downtown. There is less delay at individual downtown intersections, but because they're so close together and because we have high volumes of pedestrian traffic that make it difficult for cars to make right and left turns, that does tend to compound the congestion in the downtown as motorists move from one to the next. Now we'll take a look at parking, which gets everybody very excited. We took a look at the public parking space distribution, not just in the downtown core, but also within that broader downtown area that I showed on the first map. This table shows a count of public parking spaces in the downtown core and in the adjacent neighborhoods. It includes on-street parking, so curbside parking, and public spaces in lots and public garages. It does not include private garages, those that might be included as part of a development project. I don't believe we have data on on private garages. So you'll see that there are about 8,800 total parking spaces that were counted, public parking spaces. And the on-street spaces are split relatively evenly amongst the downtown and the adjacent neighborhoods. Almost 100% of the public lots and garages are located within that downtown core area. And altogether, the downtown core accounts for a little bit more than half of the total parking spaces within the entire downtown area. The next series of maps just show sort of a time lapse of parking occupancy data, how many of these spaces are actually being used. The green corresponds to less than 50% occupancy. The yellow is between 50 and 85% occupancy, or 84% occupancy, excuse me, and red is occupied at 85% or higher. So this is at 8 a.m. on a weekday, and again, this is data that the city collects on a regular basis. This is from fall of 2013. At 8 a.m., most of the blocks with high occupancy are actually located in the residential parts, as not everybody has gotten to work yet. There are some concentrations of near full occupancy that does definitely lend itself to a perception of significant parking deficits at some of these peak times. At noon on the same typical weekday, this is the peak parking time. We see a real midday peak here with the vast majority of curbside parking in the Central District. At that greater than 85% occupancy rate, that applies not just to the curbside parking, but also to the public lots and garages as well. We do also see some spillover into the residential neighborhoods at this time, with many of the block faces being yellow and red. 7 p.m. is still a period of great parking occupancy as many people stay or come to downtown around the dinner hour. And many people probably haven't even left work yet. There's less of a parking intrusion into the adjacent neighborhoods at this time, but you still do see high levels of occupancy on the vast majority of the streets in the core area and in some of the lots as well. Finally, there's one more data point for a typical weekend. This is at noon on a weekend. And again, the downtown sees quite a bit of visitation, high occupancy on many of the block faces and some of the lots, but far less of that red highest occupancy in the adjacent neighborhoods. So taken as a whole, we see that overall, the on and off street parking in the downtown core area, the primary study area, is significantly higher than it is in the adjacent neighborhoods. It doesn't mean that there isn't intrusion into those neighborhoods, but generally speaking, occupancy is much higher in the downtown core. This shows the University North, University South, and Professorville neighborhoods adjacent to the downtown, and while there is a notable peak at the weekday noon in University North of 70%, all of the rest of them average somewhere between 30 and 50%, generally speaking, occupied. So when we take a look at the downtown area overall, that's that whole district, not just the core, the occupancy data does suggest that the overall public parking supply is adequate to meet the demand. But this goes back to the point that Rajiv was making earlier. Those parking spaces aren't necessarily where people want to be. And we can really only say that that supply is adequate to meet demand if we say that it's okay that employees in downtown park in adjacent neighborhoods. Without the adjacent neighborhood parking, then we start to run into some supply issues. However, it's also important to point out, and there is more data on this in the report, that typical of many, many places, the occupancy of on-street parking is much, much higher than that of the lots and in particular the garages. I don't think that a single garage ever showed up as greater than 70% occupied. And so the last point that I want to make is, of course, taking a look sort of as the next step, and you're already starting to do that in some of your other efforts, at some management policies that might help make better use of the parking resources that you do have. So that concludes our formal presentation, and we'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
So now we'll go to the public, and I'm informed we have 2 speaker cards.
The first speaker is Tom Du Bois, to be followed by Michael Griffin. You have 3 minutes each.
Hi. So at the end of the packet in the background report, the next steps section stated that the available development capacity will be calculated assuming removal of the development cap. So rather than starting with the assumption that the cap would be removed, I'd ask you guys to analyze whether the cap should remain in place or not. So the cap is on non-residential development. As you all know, we have a serious housing shortage. One of the ideas from the Housing Element Working Committee was looking for more housing downtown, closer to transportation and services. So I think a key question is, what are the benefits to Palo Alto residents of lifting the downtown cap for non-residential development? And to answer that question, I think you should look at some data about who is paying and who is benefiting. So basically revenue generation versus cost. So I know it's late, but I'm going to throw some numbers at you. I've been following a lot of the recent finance committee meetings and looking really at proportions of residents' contribution versus non-resident. So in terms of sales tax, about 64% comes from residents, 21% from workers, 15% from visitors. So lifting development cap for office space shouldn't be expected to be a primary contributor to sales tax revenue. In fact, if more commuters make it harder to access downtown, the resident sales tax proportions, which is 65%, could actually decrease. And creating a commuter city full of restaurants and services aimed at workers doesn't really seem like the way to go. So to create a healthier downtown, I think we should look at retail that really is what residents want and use. If you look at property tax, 73% of that comes from residents, 27% from non-residents. And then commercial space is, particularly an issue in terms of revenue and costs. Office space. Did you guys know the development fee for office space in Palo Alto is $0? One of the consultants actually pointed that out the other night. It's compared to 2.7% of the value which residences are charged for single-family homes. Other nearby cities, Mountain View, Menlo Park, Cupertino, they all charge an affordable housing fee for commercial office space. Palo Alto does not. Parking in lieu fees provide about 5% of city infrastructure resources. And so under-park commercial office space puts a strain which residents are paying for. And removing the cap for more office space is just going to create a larger jobs housing imbalance without increased revenue to support it. So, like I said, I know it's late. Sorry to throw all these numbers at you. This stuff is pretty complicated, and it's pretty difficult for a citizen to track down. I'd really like to see you guys recommend that there be some serious analysis given to the costs and benefits of extending the cap versus keeping the cap. Retail should be maintained on the ground floor. I don't think the cap would prevent that, as most of what we're talking about is density above the ground floor. We're not really adding a lot of ground floor space these days. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Michael Griffin, and that's currently our final speaker.
Good evening, commissioners. I enjoyed reading this part on the slide that said that the overall parking supply is adequate, but the supply is only adequate if the use of residential neighborhood streets by employees who work in the downtown is acceptable to the community. And I think it goes without saying that that is not acceptable to the community. And I look forward to the results of the studies that are now undergoing to provide background on the residential parking permit program. In addition to that, I also wanted to point out that there is not a lot of support for the data that has been provided to this development cap evaluation study. The neighborhoods are quite active in accumulating data and doing parking counts, and that information would be provided to city staff during the course of the year, and we hope that that is acceptable to the planning department. Thanks.
So let's bring this back to the commission for further discussion. Let me just say that first of all, I'm surprised that on a topic that I believe is central to the Palo Alto process and the update of the comprehensive plan and to the quality of life in the city, and the livability of neighborhoods and whatnot, that we have a relatively sparse turnout tonight. I was hoping that we would have this as a forum for engagement with the community. That it's an opportunity for us to listen to the residents. I think the speakers we had from the public this evening all touched important points, but I'm really sorry that we had only those few speakers came out. The commission received a memo from Nielsen Buchanan yesterday, which hopefully will be made available to the public somehow, which is relatively detailed reading of the staff report and the consultant study. I understand that Nielsen Buchanan couldn't be here this evening because there was a meeting of the executive group of the Palo Alto Neighborhoods Association, who presumably would have had much to comment on. So perhaps at a future session, or perhaps when this goes, back to us or the council, those people will have an opportunity to speak. But I'd like to compliment the consultants first of all, on your written report, which is, I think it was outstanding. We earlier, I guess maybe a year and a half ago, the commission was concerned with the reform of the planned community zoning process, and we were trying to understand how we would discharge our responsibility for determining whether, in relationship to a zoning request, there would be a public benefit, and we didn't know if we had a workable definition of what a public benefit was, and we noted that I guess Deputy Senior Attorney Carr Silver pointed out that you'd done some work for Santa Monica in relationship to development agreements, and I read your report on that project, and it was outstanding. And once again, I think you did a great job of going through all of the various plans that the city's worked on for the last 2 decades, and summarizing more articulately than any of us could have done what these reports said. So thank you for that. And this is a good basis for our discussion. Who would like to begin? Commissioner Alchek. Why don't you start with 5, and we can have a second round if need be.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your hard work on this phase of the study. It's funny because so many of the things that you have presented tonight, I wish I had sort of known the components of your presentation and then could have guessed what I thought your results would have been. Because while I read it, I was like, of course, that's totally what I thought. Which obviously, hindsight's 20. But I wish I could have done that exercise, because I really do feel like I felt that a lot of your findings represented what I sort of thought was the case. Obviously, having the numbers is helpful. There were a lot of community members who suggested that this study or elements of the study were flawed, or the results are not accurate. I think they're concerned that the conclusion is not dramatic and like code red enough. And my response to that is, at least this commissioner is completely sympathetic with the notion that the parking situation downtown is very problematic. And I sort of, your last comment, I think, about how the supply is adequate for the current need, if you accept the notion that it's acceptable to park in residential neighborhoods. I've been a very strong advocate for exploring parking permit ideas over the last 2 years that I've been here, and I don't necessarily accept this notion that residents in our downtown neighborhoods have to really fight hard to be able to park in front of their homes. And so I think it's a really complicated problem. I think part of the reason why this room is empty, this is an assumption, is that we are evaluating this parking permit issue. And people sort of identify that parking problem as the problem, and they don't necessarily feel that a development cap is, when they don't show up, the assumption is that they don't really have a problem with the way things are going, and I assume that the real concern among downtown residents is parking, not whether or not we develop a few more office buildings. I think the most surprising part of your study, your findings so far, was that in like 27 years, we've only had a 7% increase. And this sort of confirms this other thing that I like to sort of expound on, which is this notion that we don't really develop. We do develop, but we don't really develop space in Palo Alto, we redevelop it. And there was a discussion here about California Avenue too, I think, I remember this idea of examining to what extent growth in California Avenue and downtown Palo Alto should be, limited. I know that this cap is specific to downtown Palo Alto, but I want to refer to something that was in the previous Mayfield Development staff report, which was this reference to the now required compliance that that project has to have with the solar option law. And I mention that only because when we redevelop the properties that are 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, we make them so much better. The requirements that are put in place encourage far more, I guess, environmentally respectful developments. They encourage, they provide space that's more efficiently used. So I mention that only because, in theory, we could just talk about redeveloping every parcel in the exact same square footage that it currently is, and that would achieve the result that I'm suggesting you get when you have redevelopment. But I guess my comment, which is a sort of response to Chair Michaels, was that I think people in our city don't necessarily look at the development of new buildings downtown as a problem. I think they feel like we haven't provided the structure for those developers to adequately park those developments. And I think if we look at the downtown development, I'll conclude right now, but I think if we look at the downtown development cap as a solution to parking, I think that sort of misses the point. I think we should sort of focus on what do we have to do to encourage the properties that are now potentially developable, redevelopable, to be developed in a way that doesn't add to this unacceptable problem. So anyways, so that's my comment.
Commissioner Tanaka?
So just to go off of Commissioner Alczak's comments, I actually agree with him largely that I think what most of the concerns about is actually parking. And probably less of it is the new buildings. And so I think kind of the crux of it is how to make sure that we have parking supply where it's needed. So I think that includes, of course, having buildings that are self-parked, but I also think it's important that there's funding for new parking structures. Anyways, the other comment I had was actually just a couple of questions. So on slide 6 and 7, so if you look at slide 6, modes of transportation, I saw that residents 77% of the time walked to their destination. Is this destination meaning like their work destination or any destination or the destination downtown?
Any destination.
Any destination. Wow.
No, it's the destination that they were at when the survey was taken.
Yeah, when the survey was done. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, not any destination. Just the.
Okay.
Obviously, we spoke only to people who were in downtown core area, so they were in our downtown destination at the time. Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Okay, because I was thinking that this was of like any destination, like so residents downtown, they always walked over. I thought, wait a second, that doesn't sound right. If anything, I would expect it just the opposite, where they would have more likely drove places than walked. Because I think we've seen similar data of like Manhattan, where it's almost the opposite, where most of the workers are commuting in, and that tends to be very green when you have office space near transit versus residents near transits. So, but this, when I looked at slide 6, it was kind of the flip opposite. So it's really because they were in downtown, they had to walk there, obviously, since they lived nearby. Okay, I get that. And then on slide 7, I saw how you had visitors and workers, and where they parked. Where do the residents park? Do they park off street or do they park in their own driveway?
Well, we only queried people who were in downtown in the core area, and there were only 10 of them who were residents.
I see.
So we did not actually include them because the sample size was really small.
Okay.
And I would point out, this was not a slide that we actually used, but in the context of what you talked about, we did look at workers who were living in Palo Alto but not in downtown, and workers who were living outside of Palo Alto. And that was a bit of a surprise to us that more of the non-Palo Alto workers actually used transit or biked or walked than the non-downtown Palo Alto workers. So there are the Palo Alto downtown residents, and then there's a bigger city of Palo Alto, and there are workers from there who come into downtown, and 48% of them drove alone to their work destination. So part of it is parking supply, but it's our hunch, and Colin can correct me if I'm wrong. Part of it also is that some of the workers are avoiding traffic on the way. They may be coming from longer, farther away destinations. So the people who are within Palo Alto have, more of them are actually driving to downtown, which suggests that parking is not necessarily the constraint for them, but it's maybe the traffic constraint or freeway constraint or whatever it might be compared to the non-residents here.
Okay. And then my last question here is, we talk about the job, housing imbalance, but I guess to me, that's kind of arbitrary. So, I think what's probably more relevant is like, what has the price of office space done in the same period of time versus the price of residential rent? So if you look at office rent and residential rent, do you guys have any idea of how that has changed? Because if there was a job housing imbalance, so to speak, we would see housing prices skyrocket, many-fold X versus office rent. But if it was the other way around, you'd see office rent skyrocket. So I was wondering what really happened?
Yeah, so we've been tracking this, and we have an economist, economic and planning systems, who is answering some of the very questions that you're asking. And that's one of the reports that will be coming to you actually fairly soon, I would say within the next couple of months. We should have that report to you that tracks the office rents, the office vacancies, and also looks at potential scenarios as to, if you're a developer, would you be willing to redevelop, a smaller building versus a bigger building and so on. And those are the scenarios we'll be doing financial analysis and coming back to you with.
Yeah, so I guess it'd be interesting to see it in comparison to each other, because then you really know where the imbalance is. Because if you look in isolation, it's like, well, the price went up 30%, but relative to what?
Some of that is constrained by where you can build the various uses as well. So it isn't like you can just build housing everywhere or offices everywhere as well.
Sure.
So yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Gardigas?
A couple of other questions, right? This is the first part, right, of the study, right? There's going to be a second phase. So this is the first.
This is only half of the first phase. There are still some reports from phase 1 to come to you within the next 3 months or so, I would say. Less than that.
Okay, so thank you. Very good. So eyeballing the grand prize, right, at the end of this journey, right? There will be interesting answers probably at the end of your analysis, right, of the second stage, right? And some of the questions were already raised. The parking, right, would be my question as well if I spoke first, right? So that's fantastic, right? Of course, the comment about just providing cost and benefit analysis from the financial perspective, it would be interesting to include. So that comment was very welcome. I'd like to see if you could include it. That would be great. And you can help me. I can throw in some other items that would be interesting to me. Some sensitivity analysis, what-if scenarios, variety of options, right? Specifically from looking specifically at looking from the parking perspective, right? How to constrain parking from perspective of benefiting current residents in the residential area. Some changes in the zoning structure, like for example, limiting the parking or ground parking area, and then just moving cars down ramp by the lifts or some other technology resolutions, right? That would pretty much open the houses farther, but then send cars underground, right? And then you can produce variety of other what if or options But I think that I would like to just say that, those items should be included in your final analysis, right? Probably the hotter discussion would be then. Thank you.
Commissioner King?
I'm going to set my timer so I can track this. It's one of those nights. All right, let's see. One, I just want to express apologies to those people who did show up. Technically, this meeting is not empty. We appreciate those of you who did show, so no offense, I hope. Let's see. Regarding we're now at 252,000 square feet. Where does that relate to the projects in the pipeline that are either, as far as projects that are being built now, that are entitled versus in application process? Where do those projects fit within the 252,000?
We have about 36,000 square feet of floor area that's in the pipeline
defined as
projects that are either in the entitlement process or that have received approvals and are just waiting for a building permit to be issued. So we expect that amount of square footage to actually be constructed.
You said about 36,000?
36,000.
And so anything that's at application or further would be in that 36,000. The 252,000 are projects that have been completed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. And then what happens when we hit, so if before the study is completed, if we were to hit 350,000, what happens?
Council could state that we shall approve no more development until we come up with a new cap or decide how to regulate development in the downtown area. We're getting close to that, but we don't see hitting that threshold within the recent or near future. So we think that we're okay, that we'll get through this study. We want to complete this study this year, incorporate it as part of the comp plan process so that it can all tie together. So we expect we're in the right time frame to be able to make the decisions without hitting the 350,000 square foot cap.
Thanks. And by the way, regarding letters such as that letter from Nielsen Buchanan, citizen who sent the letter to us, do the staff and the consultants see those letters that come through?
Yes, we do,
okay.
And they're very helpful. I neglected to mention at the very beginning of the presentation that we have convened a focus group of downtown residents and stakeholders that got a preview of the street intercept survey and the background report. That happened in April, and those comments that we received were extremely valuable in finishing up the report and finalizing it. So a lot of the comments we received from the focus group were included as part of the final documents that are in front of you. We expect to hold a similar meeting with that focus group when we have the drafts of the other studies so that we can further refine them and make revisions as necessary. So we're always accepting of comments. We'll certainly look at them, find those that have merit, and if it makes sense to do some adjustments, we certainly will accommodate that.
Thanks. So one thing I'm curious about is, do we have or can we access data on the number of employees changed since 1986? Obviously, we're seeing less than a 10% increase in floor and built-out square footage, but I think there's a general sense that, we're a lot more crowded than we were then. So, and that can be due to a number of factors: land use change, the number of people per square foot. So is that going to be part of the program?
It is. In fact, a key outcome of the upcoming studies is determining that employee per square foot ratio. I think there's a sense by everybody that businesses are cramming in more people into their offices. You don't really see the cubicles that you used to see. You see a very large desk and 12 people around the desk, kind of like we're sitting up here, each working on a computer. So there's a sense that there are more employees per square foot, and that is a very important metric for decision makers and for the commission to understand so that we can set our policies correctly based upon really how the market has changed and how the conditions of office occupancy have changed.
Yeah, and I would add that Palo Alto is one of the unique cities that does not actually have a business license, so it's a little hard for us to get our arms around how many employees there are in downtown, and that's one of the reasons why we're doing the business survey, to understand the employment intensity by the various land uses. And once we attach that to what Sophie described as the actual changes in land uses within the same building, we'll have some kind of a sense of how the employment profile has changed in downtown.
Thank you. Okay, and then let's see. I think I'll go for a twofer here, which is on that one question. On that question, you talked about on-site visits. So I'm just curious about the legality of that. And then the next question is, could you address the adequacy of the area of the study? That was one of the points Nielsen Buchanan made, was that, hey, we're studying this area that was historically from 1986, but is it really the area that we should be studying? Shouldn't it be a broader area that we're studying now? Oh,
I'm not sure that we recall when we said on-site visits. Could you clarify that?
Yes, it's, okay. The business survey will consist of random sampling of downtown office buildings to assess number of employees to determine ratio of workers to building area.
We can provide a little bit more detail on the methodology of the business survey now that it's actually underway and almost completed. As Rajiv said, since you don't have a business license, it was pretty difficult for us to determine what that sample of businesses actually located in downtown Palo Alto was. And we used several sources of data, including your parking assessment district members and a few other sources. We did have one member of the consultant team who's conducting the survey just come down here for a day and walk around and just take note from the street of what the businesses were, take a look at, you know, the nameplates on the buildings of who was located in them. But no surveys were conducted by actually going into those businesses at the time.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Keller.
Thank you. So first, a couple of preliminary comments. The first is that we've been dubbed the Parking and Traffic Commission. And with respect to Commissioner Olczyk's comment that people may not be concerned, are concerned only with parking, I think the people are also concerned with traffic. And that, at least with respect to the presentation comments, that there's an issue about the impact of increased development on increased parking, increased traffic outside of the core, particularly on the regional axis on slide 20. You have various regional access routes, and you said that traffic is greater on these regional access routes. However, that may be increased by increasing impact on density, on utilization. Let me use the word utilization as opposed to intensity, because that's a buzzword. So, and we've been seeing increased utilization of buildings. And so hopefully some of your data will get that, and hopefully that data will then allow us to update our parking ordinance in terms of how many parking spaces are required per 1,000 square feet of occupiable space. And we've also seen conversion of basement storage to above ground, which is an increase of utilization, as a report points out. You mentioned that one intersection downtown doesn't meet our LOS rules. Which one is that?
The one intersection that doesn't meet the LOS standard is actually the one that's not located downtown. Colin, is that correct? Page Mill at El Camino.
Thank you. Okay, a couple other things. Firstly, in terms of slide 2 and your build-out, is that a calculation of the build-out independent of the rate at which the build-out will occur? Will that be the total build-out possible based on zoning? Your development potential under current zoning and parking traffic under build-out conditions. Does that build-out calculate the maximum build-out under zoning, or is it an econometric calculation?
It'll be under zoning,
okay,
because the econometric calculation will just take it way beyond zoning. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. So zoning. So in other words, if everybody builds the maximum allowed by the current zoning, that will indicate that.
Yes, but without the cap. I mean, it's a theoretical understanding to see what might happen if the cap were to be lifted.
Thank you. With respect to slide 6, there's a comment about workers being dissatisfied with, workers using public transportation. And it seems that you have a rather high estimate of the number of workers using public transportation. And I'm wondering if it's because drivers park closer to where they work. And therefore, since you were surveying people who walked, and public transit users tend to walk from their point, particularly from Caltrain, that you got a disproportionate number of Caltrain users.
It's possible, but if you notice that at the times we surveyed, people also included lunchtimes, for example. So I'm not sure we were only capturing the workers as they were walking from having parked their car to the building. I think we were catching people in a variety of circumstances.
And with respect to slide 9, where you talked about residents can't park near their basically residents. I think it's actually slide 8. Let me see what slide. Yes, slide 8, which is that it's hard for residents to park near where they are. Since most residents are walking, then you're probably capturing the residents' ability to park near their homes as opposed to their ability to park near their where their destination is. So they probably interpreted that as the fact that their residential parking is impacted. So that's how I would interpret that. I'm not sure if you would agree with that assessment.
I mean, it's possible. We surveyed the people, though, in the core area and not in the residential areas. So, but it's possible that we captured a resident who was in the core area walking around, and that's what they thought the question meant.
Well, since you said that the residents typically walk to downtown, right. That's how they got there, and most of them walk to downtown, then the ones when you ask them about parking would be about parking near their homes. That's the logical conclusion that I have. Okay. In terms of number 11, you comment about the peak on street in the neighborhood, and let's see, do I have the right slide? Anyway, there's a slide here where you talk about the peak on street in neighborhood and downtown. Let me see if I have the right slide here. Unfortunately, not all of them are numbered. So the issue is, are people parking on, when you ask people are they parking on the street, there's a question about people parking on the street. And the question is, did you ask people whether they're parking on the street in the downtown or whether they're parking on the street in the neighborhoods? Did you ask where they're parking?
I think it is. I mean, I'll have to look at the exact question. I mean, I think the question said in downtown, right? We'll have to find the actual...
Well, it would have been helpful if we were actually knowing when you surveyed the people parking on the street, whether they were parking in the downtown core or whether they were parking in the neighborhood.
I think the question implied that and I think there was some wording suggesting how did you get here and where did you park? And we questioned people within the core. So I think the implication very much was parking in the downtown core area, not in the neighborhoods. But I'll have to find the exact wording.
Okay. Well, that's a missed opportunity to actually inquire about whether they are parking downtown or whether they're parking in the neighborhood. That would have been a useful thing to do. The next thing is that if all the slide 14, if we have what percentage of this cap do you think has been used up? What percentage of the development happened after the recession of 2008, 2009 or so ended? So that would be a useful piece of data to put in your report. I don't need you to calculate that now, but that's a useful thing. In terms of slide 14, which I think is 3 more from here, slide 17, 3 more from here. If all the TDR was used, would that exceed the cap?
Stephen, I think, didn't you have that table at the beginning?
That we did.
Of your notes.
Yeah.
Would it? Yeah. Okay. Yes. So if all of the 128,930 available TDRs were built tomorrow, it would exceed the cap.
Okay, so in some sense, we have a built-in exceeding of the cap at some point independent of the 36,000 of a development that's currently in progress.
Yes, and I think the next report that will be provided to you will go into that in a little bit more detail. But yes, so if all the TDRs were built tomorrow, we would exceed the cap.
Okay.
Can I add one thing?
Oh, sure.
62,000 square feet left.
Should be?
Right now, we have 62,000 square feet left.
Oh, I don't think you heard. I'll repeat what was said. That was we have about 62,000 square feet left. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go on the next round and the next person to go. You want to comment?
I was just going to add one clarifying comment, which is that it's also important to remember that not every building that's currently on the ground is actually built to its base allowable FAR. So projects could still proceed that developed at the base FAR without using those TDR bonuses as well.
Right, so they could build to the 2.0 FARs.
That's
right.
correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly.
So in terms of slide 27, there is, which is the one that says public parking occupancy neighborhoods. Does that public parking occupancy in the neighborhoods include all of University North and University South? Or does it only, or would the figures be different if you only included the first block or two from the downtown core into those neighborhoods?
I believe that the figures include all of the parking, and yes, if you were to take a look back at the maps, you could see, for example, in University North, the area that is closer to the downtown does have higher occupancy rates than the area that's closer to the creek. So if you were to divide that up and look at it at a sort of sub-geographical level, yes, you would find a difference. But those charts do show the average of the entire neighborhoods.
Yes, so I would suggest that you have charts that only include the first block or two. Averages are also, when Bill Gates comes into this council chamber, we'd all be a lot richer on average. Okay, the last few comments briefly is that it's not just a housing, jobs, and balance, there's actually a housing, jobs, transportation triangle. And in terms of this triangle of housing, jobs, transportation, I am actually not surprised that the further distance that one is between your job and your house, the more likely one is to take public transportation. And that's because there's significant overhead in taking public transportation. So if you're coming and taking Caltrain from San Jose, which some people do, or you're coming and taking Caltrain from San Francisco, the overhead of going that long distance means that it's okay to take the public transit. But when you're driving from, say, South Palo Alto to downtown, the overhead of taking public transit and the infrequency and the largely unavailability of that public transit means that people will generally drive if they are not capable or close enough to walk or bike. And that data shows up in the fact that, at least from the 2000 census, we see that more people who live in Palo Alto walk or bike to work than take all forms of public transit combined. And that also showed up in the later data from the ACS study. So I'm not surprised at that at all. And I think that we need to think in terms of how, in particular for people who are coming far away, how to encourage them to take public transit and how to make it easier for them to take public transit. I think that's going to be an increasing challenge for us. Thank you.
So I was fascinated by the report and your excellent presentation, and I have a number of comments or questions which probably will be appropriate to address in the further iterations. So don't feel it's necessary to resolve anything tonight. One, the comment on the importance of the business registry in terms of providing data from which to make analysis and other policy decisions. Along with Commissioner Tanaka, I served on the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission. One of the first questions the IBRIC asked of the city was, do you have an inventory of your infrastructure assets? And they said, nope. And they still don't. in the course of the 18 months of the IBRIC, they produced what came to be known as the spreadsheet from hell, and they tried to sort of get this data in one place. And the recommendation was to get an infrastructure management system, which still hasn't been implemented. And I think that's a glaring challenge. And I think that I guess the impending use of a business registry without a business license tax will be of incredible importance in getting more data from which to make good decisions. And please get that done. On the ratio of jobs to housing, earlier tonight we had a discussion on the housing element, and we were kicking and screaming to try to find just a couple hundred possible sites for new housing over the next 8 years. And so having a ratio of, on the one hand, housing units which are largely, not to use the right term, aren't going to change or fluctuate very rapidly, extremely slowly, in fact. On the other hand, you have jobs. And I think that calling this as an imbalance implies that there is a balance somewhere. And I don't know if anyone has articulated what balance means in relationship to this relationship of jobs and housing. We have in your report, there's a list of the largest employers. Do we suddenly want to request or seek for Stanford University to, lay off half their workers, or the hospital to cut in half, or the children's hospital to, stop treating, sick children? These are the largest employers, and so this is really not in anyone's best interest to reduce these jobs. The fact that there's a conversion from light industrial to software and venture capital and so on is a really nice artifact of the boom of Silicon Valley, and so the quality of and the nature of the people who are attracted to work here. But I would love, in this public discussion of the relationship of jobs to housing, to have attention on both sides of the equation. And in the meantime, our ability to create new housing units is somewhat constrained. On the traffic issue, there was a study in, I can't remember who had this information, but basically, maybe it was Vice Chair Keller, that in San Francisco, traffic congestion is actually improved. There's less congestion. However, there is more perception of delay if you ask people in San Francisco what the condition is. And the reason is because it's more multimodal. There's more pedestrians, there's more cyclists, and even though the traffic is flowing more smoothly, the perception is different from the actual fact. So I think that in the survey, if there's some attention in the future as to helping us sort out perception versus reality, and to some extent perception is reality, but it's not. So maybe if you could help us be more sophisticated about understanding that would be useful. The finding you had about behavior and preference in terms of curbside parking, surface lots, and garages, I think didn't come as a huge surprise. But I think that the huge tension about neighborhood parking intrusion and the impending implementation of our residential permit parking restrictions, and the fact that it really isn't okay that the employees are parking in the neighborhoods and affects livability and quality of life, suggests that there may be an opportunity for behavior modification on a big collective scale. Probably, and you do have some reference to metering of curbside parking and the fact that this is unpopular, but maybe it would be a good thing to do because it would change behavior. And then the question of, the fact that the utilization of garages is below what's your optimal 85 to 90%, significantly is how do you get people to make use of this bit of infrastructure? I mean, we don't need to construct more garages if the current ones aren't being used, but maybe if you change the behavior through curbside metering, that would be, and maybe that would, really enhance livability in the neighborhoods relative to intrusion. On the behavior of residents of Palo Alto who are not downtown residents, I think if we did a straw poll of the commissioners and even the staff, how many people came here tonight in an automobile? You know, how many people took public transit? Did anybody? So I think that there's something about the, in your report and maybe further work, the viability of intra-city transit. To me, very selfishly, this would be relevant to me because I no longer commute to an office someplace. To the extent that I work out of my home and I come downtown a lot, but it would be absurd to take transit. I mean, I could walk, 3 times faster than getting here from transit. And anyway, so whether it's shuttles or whatever, I think that intra-city transit is something which is often overlooked. All these other aspects of commuting are pretty significant. So what was outside of the scope of the work? So the work that was done, I thought, was pretty impressive. So I'm looking forward to your further appearances before the commission. What apparently was excluded from the downtown survey was 27 University. And conceptually, to me, and I realize that's sort of in limbo, there's nothing happening there at the moment, but if some development moves forward in 27 University, that would essentially be part of the virtual downtown. So I would, in terms of the impact on traffic and just about everything that's in your report, so I would encourage whoever is setting the parameters of your work to consider roping in some of the scenarios that might be likely during our planning horizon for the 27 University parcel, because that, in terms of impact on the development cap or traffic circulation, et cetera, would be, maybe the biggest single impact of all, and it was excluded from the report, and I think that was unfortunate. Another thing that is sort of the third rail of land use in Palo Alto, and I hesitate to even mention it because I'll be struck dead by somebody, is the height limit. So my sense is Palo Alto is built out, so any development is redevelopment, it's all infill. And at some point in the future, and I don't know when it will happen, we can't go out. So if we have more activities, more people, more intensification, we have to go up. And I would certainly be interested in understanding in terms of the development cap and what would be advisable, or for any number of reasons in the downtown area, what would be the consequences of say in the right portion of the downtown where it's now a 50-foot height limit, which is essentially 4 stories, allowing a 5th story. So when the height limit was put in 45 years ago, whenever it was exactly, it's endured for half a century, and maybe for the next half a century you'd bump it up a story, and I think that would give some interesting possibilities for doing things that would be beneficial to the residents and the businesses and so forth. On TDRs, one of the questions I couldn't find in the report was, of the sending sites, do we have any exhibit that might show up later on as to which sites are actually now constrained? They've given away their rights. The receiving sites have a right to develop. Other sites can develop per the existing zoning as of right. But some of these people have transacted away their development rights, and they're always going to be what they are. So if that showed up in some great exhibit, I would be fascinated to see what that tells us. I don't recall seeing sort of any precise calibration of the current parking deficit, which is a term that gets bandied about in this chamber when we meet, and I think that would be something to bring in later on. And I think those were sort of my randomized, questions or thoughts as to what might be useful in the future. Round 2. 3 minutes? No, he's always first. Commissioner King?
Excuse me. There we go. Thank you. To confirm, so the questions that you asked on the street, that part of this phase is done, so you won't be going out, you won't be adding more questions in the scope of this project. Okay, then I won't address those for right now. Anything, issues around that? One of the things referenced in your report is that at some point there will be a three-dimensional computer model so that people can view the downtown. I know you've done work with other cities. Does that exist now? Is there some place where you can go and test drive that on your work with other cities?
In terms of what the model will actually look like, we'll actually be coming back to you with a model very soon, in any case. Yeah.
Soon, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. And then, let's see, regarding the slide that's up right now, so somehow it doesn't seem to make sense that at 12 noon, peak lunchtime, we've got in the downtown on University and then on Side Street near City Hall, we've got all these green spaces that indicate less than 50% utilization. I just can't imagine that. So it seems like there must be some sampling error. How is the sampling done on these? Is it visual? Is it some video camera?
Good evening, Commissioners. Jessica Sullivan, Parking Manager. So I can speak to the way that we gather the data, which we actually do seasonally. So this, as Sophie mentioned, this was data from November of last year, and we have actually updated data now for April, so the spring data of 2014. But we have a consultant team, and I actually do this with them occasionally, but we go and literally count all of the cars on the street that are parked on and again, it is at a particular time. So, it may be 5 minutes later, there are 3 more cars parked right there. But we have an inventory number, so the total number of spots within this entire area, and then we have block by block the number of cars parking on each of those blocks. So the red, green, yellow represents the fraction of, is it 5 out of 18 cars that are parked at that moment, or was it 20 out of 18 cars, which would put you in the red. So that's how the calculation is done and how the graphic is developed.
Okay. Well, for instance, across from City Hall, there's that tall building, there's a alleyway thing, so there aren't many parkable spots there. So it makes, as a numbers guy, it makes me think, well, something's not right, because that zone would be so sought after. So I'm just wondering if there's some way that spaces aren't being counted, or there are spaces that are maybe a loading zone or something like that. And same on University Avenue, in that block, on a lunchtime, there would be less than 50% utilization. That's parallel parking. It just seems, anyway.
The good points. I think there's always some chance of error in the interpolation, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. And it's, of course, the people who are concerned about parking are going to say, well, if you're showing less utilization than is actually happening, that's a concern. Okay, thank you. And then, lastly, back to the question about the area. Are we studying a large enough area? Should we expand the scope of this to include other areas as development creeps out with the pressures of the rents? You see Forest Avenue, the places that are around the boundaries of the current study area that are have incentives to develop. What does staff think about that?
Well, I think we thought it was important to keep an apples-to-apples comparison between the 1986 study and the 2014 study. So we wanted to try to keep to those original study boundaries in our study, so that we could have a direct comparison. I think the larger peripheral city boundary area, I think was meant to encompass not only the downtown area, but the neighborhood surrounding downtown, and we use kind of the logical major streets to help define that. I think in phase 2 and going forward, we can take into account what 27 University, for example, may develop at and factor that into the analysis that we do. But beyond that, I don't see any specific change to our kind of phase 1 studies with regards to the study areas and the boundaries we've already defined.
Thank you.
Mr. Alchek.
Okay, so just to sort of double back, what I was really trying to say earlier was that I think that the parking constraints are sort of at the heart of our crisis when it comes to I think that's what's really drawn so many community members to our meetings is the parking issues. And it's not that traffic is not a huge component of what we do or that I don't think traffic is important. Traffic is important. It's a component of this parking problem too. But I think if we could overcome our failure to sort of adequately park some of this commercial space, if we solved these parking issues, which are really complex, I think the residents would welcome the redevelopment of many of the existing and potentially inadequate assets downtown. I think people would be far less concerned about a 50-foot height limit if they didn't feel like if you cross 50 feet, man, my parking situation is going to be even worse. So, and you know, solving this parking crisis isn't just about, and you know this better than me, is it just about parking garages? There's a lot of things we can do to encourage people not to drive. And so I mention that because that's key here. We're evaluating existing development cap in light of tonight's report, which is largely about parking and to some extent traffic. And so, you know, we are evaluating this notion of allowing further development. The city council could, in theory, just halt all development because the studies are showing that we just are so parking overwhelmed that we can't handle it. And I think our goal as a commission should be to, you know, work as hard as we can and with staff to develop as many solutions to this parking problem so that we don't discourage what I consider, you know, valuable redevelopment and growth opportunities downtown. I just want to also add that, you know, with respect to this concept of housing and jobs imbalance, a community member's not here right now, but I think that's really a regional issue. I don't think it's instructive or constructive to consider this imbalance on a town-by-town basis. And I mention that because it's really not uncommon now. It's common now for people to change jobs every 2 to 3 years. I think I heard a joke once about how, like, in Silicon Valley, pensions automatically kick in at 5 years because nobody is at a company for, all right. Anyway, so my point is that, you know, it's so rare for somebody to be in the same town of employment for their career. And so I don't think we should be focusing on whether the people in Palo Alto have enough jobs in Palo Alto or for the jobs in Palo Alto that we have created, if there's enough housing for every single one of those jobs. I think we have to look at it as a regional issue is, are we meeting the housing need? And we are not, and we will probably never will. We're always going to play catch up, assuming we continue to have strong employment centers. But I do think that we should continue to encourage this sort of residential development, but I don't think that we necessarily have to stop, you know, consider the commercial growth a negative if we can solve this parking issue. And then I just want to mention another thing, which it's something I'm going to be really interested in reading in your report, which is to say that I think that maybe the last 13 years or maybe 10 years, we've really seen that sort of trend to what I call micro cubicles. And I think that that trend is now reversing in Palo Alto. I don't think that that trend is increasing in Palo Alto. That trend may be increasing in Sunnyvale or in Mountain View or in Soma, but I think it's actually reversing in Palo Alto, and I will be interested to see if your findings support that. And the reason why I mention that is because the commercial space here is just so expensive that it doesn't actually attract this quote-unquote young workforce that works at companies that have absolutely no revenue. And it doesn't, what it really does attract is the sort of businesses you see in San Francisco's financial market area, which is very specific, north of Market, you know, Washington, Davis, those streets. it's the kind of rents that attract the same businesses that exist on Sand Hill Road, which is to say you're going to see companies like Waze move out, and you're going to see potentially plastic surgeons and investment firms and venture capital firms and law firms move in, and those companies tend to have a less dense approach to cubicles. And so I only mention that because I think we read about it all the time, and if you know any young people that work at a tech firm, you'll see what it looks like to be at a bench like that, which is essentially like a Starbucks. But I actually think that that trend's reversing because the rents are so high, and the kind of companies that can pay those rents are employing individuals who need more space or have the capital to prefer more space. So I'd be interested to see how that I don't know how you're going to do that study because it's so invasive, but it'll be interesting. And then finally, I just have a question for staff. I know that in Palo Alto, we don't allow underground parking in single-family residential. And I'm curious if there's a rationale behind that, or if we're exploring the idea of allowing new single-family residential units that are in this area to sort of develop underground parking for their use.
You're correct. We do not allow underground parking in single-family residential districts. It's in our zoning code. There is no current program or project to reconsider that zoning change. It's been in our code for a while, but I don't know the basis of why it was put there. So I can't say why.
I only mention that because I know Los Altos now allows it. And I've seen, like, I guess 3 homes now, new developments that I was just happened to drive by, and I was like, what is that? And it's anyways, and I that's how I actually found out Palo Alto didn't allow it, because I thought, wow, I've never seen that in Palo Alto. But anyways, it's interesting to think that we could, in theory, enhance the parking availability downtown if we potentially encouraged that sort of development. I don't know to what extent that would add space as compared to an above-ground 2-car garage. So I'm not suggesting it's going to solve the problem, but it's just an interesting idea.
Commissioner Tanaka?
Okay, I'll be quick. In terms of what Commissioner Michael said, Chair Michael said in terms of height limit, I fully agree. I think densification near transit makes a lot of sense. I also agree with Commissioner Alchuk about the regional housing issue. It's more regional versus a certain town. I do also agree that commercial development would probably be welcomed if it wasn't a parking situation. And I think the parking, single-family home, basement parking is actually a good thing. We should maybe consider that at some point in time. Thanks.
Commissioner Gardias.
Yeah, I already spoke, but I just want to reiterate my point, right? That would be looking in your study into pretty much the scenarios of how to transport more folks into Palo Alto downtown with less parking, right? And if you need help of us helping you with giving a laundry list of different variety of options, how we can approach this, we may just do this if you just propose some draft, and then we can just contribute to this, right? But all options should be on the table. Thank you.
Vice Chair Keller.
Thank you. Is there any data that shows that workers who park on the street have downtown parking permits?
I can speak to that a little bit anecdotally. We haven't done an official survey walking around to kind of check, but we have, when I do some parking counts, and we also have some anecdotal evidence from residents that, yes, there are people who have parking permits for the garages, but it's much nicer to park in the neighborhood where they have a view of a pretty yard, and they don't have to go to the 4th floor of the Cowper-Webster garage. I'm being facetious, but I think we, anecdotally, staff agrees with the conclusion of the report, which says that people prefer first the curbside, second the lot, and third the garage. And the reason is that the incentives are not set up to make that not happen. And so I think a number of your comments have addressed that issue, and that we really are trying to look at these challenges holistically. The answer is not just providing a bunch of bunch more abundant free parking. It's really looking at optimizing the existing supply that we do have. And as you can see by the data up there, I mean, we're not optimally utilizing the existing, optimizing that existing supply. So that is the subject of another PTC meeting, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, to the extent that there's these priorities, whether that's the same for people who are visitors versus people who are employees. Because if I'm an employee, I'm going to be there for hours on end, although if I park in the residential neighborhood, I can do that with impunity for 8 hours at a time. But if I'm going to be parking elsewhere, I'm going to want to park with someplace that I can park for 8 hours. So that factor is going to be a little different. I think that the part of the reason that there are some green spaces, to the extent, green areas in the downtown core, is the success of the 2-hour color zones. And the idea is to encourage turnover. And so maybe at some point in time there's a little bit less or a little bit more. But I would think that without the 2-hour color zones, we would see a lot more utilization and a shortage of parking downtown. So that's another factor. And also, in particular, on some of those places, there are loading zones. For example, Bryan Street has some loading zones near University Avenue on both sides of that street. As an example, I don't know whether loading zones are included in your calculation or not. And then there's some parking spaces that are 30 minutes parking spaces, and those tend to be more available. Also, there's the issue of the three-legged stool that was brought up by Councilmember Burt. And that is that there's three factors. There's parking supply, there's parking demand, which is, if you will, TDM, and encouraging people to use other means than driving individual cars, and there's residential permit parking. And these three go hand in hand in terms of dealing with the parking. So I think that is a factor, one of the factors in terms of dealing with development. I'm not sure how much people feel that they want increased development in Palo Alto. It's interesting, as mentioned by our mayor, people generally think that Palo Alto, people who have been here for a while are not as happy with the direction that Palo Alto has gone, and that's true whether you've been here 5 years or whether you've been here 20 years, that somehow it's not the same as when you got here, and people like it more about what they got here. So I'm not sure that people in general would welcome that much increased development. And in particular, to the extent that it increases parking problems, that's mainly a factor for the adjacent neighborhoods, which I am certainly sympathetic with. But in terms of traffic, that's a factor for everybody, whether they work here or live elsewhere in Palo Alto, that traffic problems are considerably important. I entirely agree with Commissioner Olczak about the housing jobs imbalance. Palo Alto is the second densest jobs district in the Bay Area. The first dense district is downtown San Francisco, as Commissioner Olczak referred. Talking about a housing jobs imbalance, it says, okay, we're going to fix the housing job imbalance in San Francisco by putting more housing in the financial district. Clearly, that's ludicrous. In terms of number of workers per square feet, walking around Palo Alto, I certainly see a fair number of expensive real estate being used by VCs or by professionals, but I also see a fair number of sites around downtown that are being used by startups, and I'm not sure what the ratio of that is. And I also don't know, to the extent that your survey data on businesses is keeping track of on a business basis, how many people are commuting and how. And I'm wondering if the business registry will actually capture the data on how people are getting into Palo Alto, where they come from, and giving us a better ideas, because to the extent that we develop TDM measures, that will be improved by knowing how far people have to commute and whether they're taking public transit or not, so we can see how to improve that. One of the things I did ask, and which was distributed around, was the chart of the Google buses and the Apple buses and the Facebook buses. And it's interesting to see how those are, and it'd be interesting to compare that census of where people are coming from the commute downtown with those businesses. Finally, with respect to underground parking in R1, I think that is not at all a solution to the problem downtown. The lots tend to be fairly small. In Los Altos, the lots typically are 1/4 acre or more. Downtown, the residential R1 lots tend to be small. It's going to be hard to get a driveway in there. So to the extent that it makes sense in terms of larger lots, perhaps, but I don't see it as a solution to downtown. I'll offer my thanks to staff and the people who came to the meeting, and hopefully when this comes back to us, more people will think it is important to, more people from the public will think it's important to weigh in on this process. Thank you.
So I just had a couple more questions to follow up on. One is that I think you said that you've got an economist who's helping with the next piece, and so obviously there are economic cycles, and sometimes there's bubbles, and maybe we're in a bubble, and who knows. I know when Palo Alto has been in a downturn previously, and the vacancy rate in the downtown area got above whatever 5%, whatever the level was, the city decided to relax the requirement regarding ground floor retail. So one of the questions I have is in your analysis of the existing land uses and maybe some ideas regarding the future, the relationship between the commercial office space and retail is probably an important factor in the vibrancy and activities and sales tax and whatever, in addition to the potential rent for the landlords. Your report talks about University Avenue being the primary commercial corridor of the downtown, and pretty clearly many or even most cities have a main street. They have a high street or something like University Avenue, and most of the retail establishments can do the best, the most foot traffic, and the most customers if they're on the main street. But in cities that are more mature, there may be sort of more of a district. Some of the parallel streets and the cross streets will be just as successful as locations as the main street. In fact, may be better because the traffic and transit may be slightly different. And so when the ground floor retail requirement or the zoning was alleviated on Lytton, all the offices moved in, and now it's kind of deserted. You drive or walk down Lytton, nothing's happening because it's all offices, which seems to me to be a little bit of a ghost town. You go one street over, it's all bustling, and Hamilton is sort of halfway in between. And I keep wondering, and I haven't gotten satisfactory answers. Why wouldn't you think of the land use in terms of the balance between retail and commercial and the downtown area more as a sort of as a district rather than just a main street? It seems to me it could be so much more, so much better, and it might alleviate some of these issues about too much parking or not enough parking, or and how you do transit and so forth. But maybe that could be addressed in the next phase. And then you're working on the non-residential development cap, but a lot of the issues relating in jobs, housing, and balance. What about residential? What about residential mixed use? What about residential mixed use either in the downtown or close to the downtown? And I'm thinking back when I had my first job as a lawyer. Actually, I was a summer law clerk for a law firm in Honolulu. And for the summer law clerks, they got us a rental car, which was a Chrysler Gremlin. It was the worst car I ever had. And they got us an apartment in the 22-story Harbor Square condominium development, which was like incredible, and it was like 2 blocks from the office, so you didn't need the Gremlin. You just walked to the office and walked back, and you spent all your time in the office anyway, so what else could you do? But the downtown in Honolulu, this was 1977, on the weekends was deserted. It was absolutely dead. There was nothing happening. Now, Monday through Friday, it was quite bustling and interesting. And now Honolulu is pretty intense with a lot of high-rise, Waikiki and all that, and it's developed intensely or incredibly since then. But I wonder if Palo Alto tries to put in sort of residential mixed use, sort of more adjacent to downtown, would that be a good thing or a bad thing? I tend to think that it would be a good thing, but I'm not sure why. and maybe somebody is expert about this can help fill in. But I think that a lot of people, particularly me and my wife, as we have an empty nest, and we probably like to get rid of our big house and get a nice apartment walkable to downtown. But there's not so many of those units available for somebody like me too. So we're looking in Portland, and like the Pearl District is a wonderful example of that, mixed use, ground floor retail, and it's very close to the downtown area, close to jobs, and it's incredible transit. It used to be free, now you pay a small amount. But I think that, Palo Alto, to the extent that it likes to think of itself as a city, is really lacking in a lot of city, appropriate infrastructure. And the downtown development cap raises all these questions to me, and I think that there's an aspect of Palo Alto which is really a town. It's, a single-family R1 is the dominant, residential zoning. And if it's truly a city, and it's not a very big city, it's like 113th on the, in California, it's a small city, but it's a large town. But if what happens with the downtown, I think, is really sort of a litmus test, is are we going to make it as a city, in the 21st century, and what's the quality? Will it be something that will be admirable and sustainable? So hopefully this would be part of the dialogue and the discussion going forward. If you have any thoughts about this, I'd love to hear them. But
it's interesting you're mentioning Honolulu, because we're just wrapping up the downtown neighborhoods plan for Honolulu, and we've just been working on that because they're building a new rail system out there, which will be operational in 2017, the first phase. So we're doing the station area planning for that, including for all of the downtown stations. And you're right about downtown Honolulu, but I wish there was a Pearl District in Palo Alto, but I mean, that's an older industrial land that happens to be closer to the financial district. I'm not sure you have something like that here.
Well, no, Commissioner Michael, we certainly appreciate your comments, and I think it's your comments would perfectly align and fit in with a process after we get through the rigors of our current housing element requirements. And as we mentioned earlier this evening, there is an opportunity that once we get past January 2015 with this current housing element cycle, that is part of our Palo Alto, that we'll have those discussions about whether or not it is appropriate for additional housing in the downtown area. And if so, at what density or what floor area, and should there be a change to the height limit to accommodate that? Should it really be focused on rental housing? Should it be focused on small condos? I think those are all very good questions and discussions that we can have. Certainly as part of the Our Palo Alto process, we look forward to that. I'll put in a plug, kind of a second plug this evening for our upcoming scoping sessions as part of the EIR. Starting tomorrow night, we'll be doing essentially a SWOT analysis about Palo Alto, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, so that we can start to understand the critical issues that our residents and stakeholders have, which will help us move our Palo Alto and comp plan process forward. So we make sure that we're focusing on the right areas moving forward for the future.
Okay, so thanks for your excellent work. I think we're done for this evening on this topic, and we can turn to some of our commission housekeeping matters.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So with that, maybe Vice Chair Keller can keep me honest. Do we have any minutes to approve?
No, we do not, but we need a commissioner representative at City Council.
Okay, I will be out of town on Monday. Would anyone like to volunteer to go to the City Council meeting on Monday, or for the month of June? Okay.
Depending on the timing, I can do it.
Okay, Commissioner Keller, Parmaine, if you can't make it, let me know and we'll conscript one of your colleagues.
Yeah, it depends on the timing of the items, that's all.
Okay, all right, so...
But there are things on the agenda for all three sessions that are relevant to the Planning Commission.
It's going to be, yes. Commission, staff announcements, updates, reports, and comments. Anything that we haven't already heard? Next meeting will be June 11th. And did we hear correctly that the PC reform topic is off the...
That's correct. Yeah, we'll be doing some internal work on that and expect to bring that to you at a later time.
Okay, so we'll have 441 Page Mill Road and an update on the residential parking permit program. One suggestion that's under consideration is that now that we're up to full strength as a commission, thank you, Commissioner Gardias and Commissioner Rosenblum for joining us. We recently had a off-site session of the commission to talk about our priorities and how we do our work and our effectiveness and so forth. And I think it would be very useful to have sort of a mid-year update of that off-site and to do it sooner rather than later. So maybe we can pick a time, either the second meeting in June or maybe no later than July, and come up with an agenda for our discussion, kind of inward-facing. What will be the accomplishments that we'd like to handle for the second half of the year? So, and then maybe some orientation of our new commissioners if there's anything left to orient. So with that, meeting adjourned at 10:10.